through what do you call this? Through Google Meet, because I'm on the trial. Anyways.
Oh, okay, good.
Yeah. Anyways, I think that's a little better because that way it's not so confusing. I'm like sometimes like I'm everywhere, and it gets recorded in the screen. I think it's distracting for the viewers. It's like.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, this is good.
Okay, cool. I'm going to close that one. All right. So what I did was when I looked up your stuff, there were so many more like asteroids, like at least 4 more asteroids that I haven't fully done research on yet, but I have an idea of what they are. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to share the same thing like before. I'm going to share the screen and then show you what it looks like. So, all right, let's take a look. So first thing I saw was what's called your Saturn return. And what that means is that it's the one that's coming up on, what's that? Sorry, 1 second here.
Do you know what? I'm going to put on my headphones.
Okay, sure.
I remember last time there was a lot of background noise.
Oh, that's what I'm hearing. Okay, I don't know. Let's see, close that one and then open this one. It feels like a drum roll. Like that's what it sounds like. So,
Does it sound any better?
I can still hear you, I guess. I'm not
Is
sure.
It worse?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
We'll turn off the fan here.
How
because
is that?
It's also picking up. Yeah, I think that's okay.
If not, I noticed last time we were on video, there was a lot of background noise. I had a hard time re-listening to it. Did you notice that?
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, it can be distracting. I don't know. I think I just let it pass.
Okay.
That's what I do.
All right, I'm going to take these off there. Here we go.
Okay. If you want, it's up to you. Like, I think it's just, I don't know, it picks up things. And it could be my mic. It could be the mic I'm using. Let me see if I can change the...
I think it's me on my end.
Okay.
It was me. Yeah.
Okay. That's totally fine. Okay. Cool. So your Saturn return. Let's open that up. And I'm going to share your screen here. All right. There's that sound. That's okay. All right. So, okay, let's see here. Okay, so your Saturn return will be on May 15, 2028. This is a big one because Saturn means a Saturn return signifies things that we start to take seriously. Things that it's a time when we're trying to mature even more. Now, if you're Capricorn, for example, the Saturn return is kind of more like the opposite. Because Capricorns are born very serious. Do you know people who are Capricorn, their sons in Capricorn?
Oh, yes, my children's father.
Okay, so he's okay.
They're good guy. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So, yeah, they tend to be serious about life, especially at a young age, and then they get less serious as they get older. They get more like socially mature, meaning they know how to relate more with people because they tend to be like, the term is hermit. They have like a hermit type of personality. They don't. Yeah. because they want to understand things. They have this wisdom inside them that it's like, oh. Anyways, so I digress. Um, let's see here. Okay. So with your Saturn return, usually we focus on Saturn. And that's what I focused on in this chart right here. So we have here, this is Saturn right here. I don't think we ever went through your Saturn. So typically in your birth chart, Saturn means that what was it in? It was in Taurus. Okay, so this is a part of the fragmented human, the soul itself, the fragmented self that is concerned with preservation, conservation, limitations, boundaries, because it's afraid of what's behind the door. Every time we have this fear of like, I don't know what's behind this one. Should I go further than this step right here? Do you draw the line? That's your Saturn kicking in. That's the aspect of you just like resistant to change, fear of change, resistant to all that stuff. For you, it was in the 9th house, so that means it was a lot to do with education. So you went through education that was probably, or higher education that was most likely something to do with like that, any of that stuff. It could be a job in reinforcement. It could be anything like sort of leadership position, control. What are the other ones? Like a judge, maybe a lawyer. You probably also something to do with working with the elderly as well. Traditional things. Coast Guard, maybe like a sort of a guard or sort of any sort of protective sort of like job, not necessarily protect, but to kind of create limits. What else? Anything like that. Yeah. But in this case, because of all the planets you had in your 9th house, this is all about your education. I see here, so I see several. So you got Sedna, you got Lucifer, you got Phaethon, and you got Hephaestus. So that could, to me, summing it up, would be like something to do with possibly waters, or you were probably uncertain about maybe a Coast Guard. Water was like a sort of position wasn't maybe available to you, or it wasn't something attractive. Because all these planets right here particularly have these aspects to your moon right here. 4 degrees, it squares your moon and your Mars, because it probably came into conflict with the health experiences you were having, like growing up with your health. So specifically, like it could be the breast area, it could be the stomach, it could be because it's a stomach. We talked about this already. You said that's like, oh yay, I get gassy. So yeah, well that's the stomach area. So, but it also has a lot to do with like, I don't know, maybe limitations from like your growing up from your like motherhood, like your mom or a motherly figure. Yeah. So, but the Mars there shows that's a bit of like it was an unusual relationship. So it's almost like it was unpredictable as well. So therefore, you wanted something stable, right? You wanted something more certain with your education. So you went for things that are in conflict with that. With Lucifer, it's something to do with you shining, but you couldn't do that. It wasn't retrograde, right? So this retrograde Lucifer is saying that it's like, so I'm gonna consult my cheat sheet again. There was something with Lucifer that I found, something to do with. One second here. Let's see. Okay. Because Lucifer and whether you call it a myth or part of your belief or whatever, it's Lucifer was he liked to shine. He wanted to become the center of attention. So he kind of thought himself better than God. So therefore, that's the kind of part in our brain that it's like, it's the duality. Like he was very much into Lucifer represents spiritual egoism.
Oh,
Yeah, it's like I'm better than you. Like, like I'm all high and mighty. That's what it is, high and mighty. Actually, I should put that in here. I didn't put that in from what is from myself. High and mighty, spiritual. This is spiritual ego for sure. A superiority complex, megalomania, aggrandizement. I don't know how to pronounce. Hubris, pride, extreme identification or disidentification with your role and your purpose. Envy has a lot to do with it. Separation, shadow out of punishment. So shadow, like banishment, ostracism, and the shadow that comes out of that. So he was special, and then he became kind of like superior. I wrote here to light the way or to burn the way, because he helped conquer certain areas of, like, I don't know what it was. He was all for conquering as well, so he wanted to be in control. Um, so being powerful and powerless at the same time, or it could be either one. What is this one? So he talks ambition. There you go. That's where it ties in here. So I probably a lot of ambition for you. Going to university or college, it was a lot of ambition, a lot of risk taking as well. But you also had to work for it, or rather, you kind of question your abilities to work for it. Hephaestus here is what I remember from Hephaestus right here is that he's the god of forgery, weaponry, and all that stuff, right? So based on the mythology, I don't have a lot of research on Hephaestus right now, but the way I understand it is that he always had to gain the approval of his mother, Hera. So, but she never paid attention to him. So he was kind of I think there's a reason why he has a limp, like he has a broken leg. So he had to work hard to gain her approval. So that's the part of us that works hard to look for approval. That's the way I understand it. So you work hard, you forge your life, and you start to realize later in life that it's like, I can forge my own destiny. I can forge my own life. I can forge my way through things. But in retrograde, it was more like, I think probably you were just going with what society or institutions, academic institutions were telling you, or certain philosophies. You just kind of went along with it and just like, okay, I'll go with that. Because that'll make me feel like I belong. And it was part of kind of like what you believed was your truth, but then you didn't know that that wasn't your truth. You were just like, I was just going with that. Possibly because maybe there was family shame, or there was sort of like distance between you and your parents, or one of your parents. In this case, it's your mom or a motherly figure. And therefore, what do you call this? You kind of, in a way, you didn't know how to be yourself through. It's almost like you lack this zeal. It's almost like you questioned your own zealousness and your own energy within. So you didn't know how to, and the mistakes of your parents kind of like, you maybe it kind of made you choose like, oh, this is what I'm going to do because I think this will make them happy. Yeah. With the Sedna, there is something to do with waters, and again, also the whole like abandonment, feelings of abandonment from a parent, or a parent figure, particularly fathers, who you had this sort of reputation, like it's a kind of like reputation, like kind of like an obligation to fulfill. That it's like, okay, but you didn't know how to get out of that. So it was always like, a lot of it was like all of these planets beside Saturn were retrograde. So that means there's a lot of doubting of your own self-confidence and willpower and the decisions you could have made. So you went along with what society was telling you, your parents, culture, educational systems, particularly that, even like doctrine, even like churches, that's part of the ninth house as well. So that ties into also like maybe if you met foreigners, that's how it was as well. Any sort of foreigner that you met, any sort of like non-American, whatever, they kind of felt like that too. Yeah. So, and that created possibly like inner conflicts within yourself. Like you kind of analyze your emotions to death. You just kind of fought your way, and you're just like, and that in turn also affected your health. So that came in conflict with your own health. So, um, possibly a lot of headaches through the emotions, lots of headaches, or maybe like physical ailments, specifically the gassiness, maybe the gastrointestinal stuff, like it's the stomach area. It could also have been like affecting your own specific like inner, like I guess your body in general, but particularly with the reproductive and as a woman, as a cisgendered woman, it's the reproductive plus also like so the breast area right here. Any questions? Sorry, that's what I see so far. There's also Venus here, so we'll keep talking.
Yeah, okay, it's good.
Okay, and that in turn affected your relationships with like maybe neighbors or your own learnings, like the way you were learning, the way you were growing up. It affected your relationship with others. Um, Maybe possessiveness was there too, control, lots of like manipulation, possibly either positive or negative. It doesn't matter. It's manipulation. Um, so that. So yeah, so you had to learn how to deal with it, and you had to maybe learn how to keep secrets or keep things to yourself, so that you can get by and actually get ahead, and then get to where you wanted to. Eventually, that some of those retrogrades are like they disappear over time. But this one is not about your progression. This is about your Saturn return. So being that with it being your Saturn return, and remember we talked about before that any energies you're born with, that's kind of like stamped. It's kind of like your dominant energy, and of course you change over time. So there's that. But we stop consider in this case, as you grow and you get better as a human, you start to release all the what you call the energies of Sedna, the energies of Lucifer within you, Phaethon and Hephaestus, all start to come to the surface, and you start to become more confident over time. But with the transit, these are actually transits, so there's a lot. Okay, so I have here. Okay, so I got all of these because these are the transiting planets. Let's see here. Lucifer was in 3 degrees Taurus, 3 degrees Aries, and therefore, so this is Lucifer. Neptune was in 6 degrees Aries, so it's right here-ish. That's 6 degrees or 5 degrees? I can't read that. And then there was Angel. I can't see Angel here. Why don't I see that? That's strange. That's weird. It didn't show up there. But anyways, the point is that what I'm seeing here is there's a bunch of things. So first let's go with the one closest to Saturn. So you have Saturn that's going to be in conjunct. So this is Lance, Mars, Phaethon, Asmodeus, Atira, Chiron. Okay, so Atira, Chiron, Saturn, and Proserpina are basically they're conjuncting your own placements right here. What that means is that they are bringing up lessons that you will be learning in 2028 when you have your Saturn return. And that has a lot to do with creating your own. It's almost like it's reminding. If I'm getting this whole Atira was the creation goddess in Pawnee Native American culture. I don't know much about her. So, but she was like this goddess of creation, something like that. Something to do with creation. If I looked into the mythology, which actually I could do right now, I'll get a sort of idea. Okay, so she was the mother, right? So creation, yeah, she was the wife of Tirowa. Her earthly manifestation is corn, so revered as ceremony called Haka. Hmm. That's all I'm getting from about her. But I bet you I'm gonna go into something else later. Ah, Detailpedia. Oh, that's interesting. What is this one? It's a website called Detailpedia. That's interesting. Oh, it's the same information. So something about creation, being a mother. So in this case, it could be something to do with being just a mother or a general like creativity, inner creativity, and working through any sort of losses. So you have Chiron here. Your Chiron, right, was originally in what is that one? Sorry, I'm not seeing it. Was originally in 3 degrees Aries. So in the early degrees of Aries means it's like something new, something happened, possibly when you were young. I don't know what that is. Maybe there was a wounding of freedom. There was something that happened when you were young. It could have been maybe you were 2 years old. I don't know. You know anything about that?
Was it? And are you saying it was something to do with my mom, or just something that happened?
Something that happened, like maybe something to do with like this is the eighth house. So when you're born with this, it's something to do with your health. So it could have been like because it's in Aries, it could have been something around like the head area.
Not that I'm aware of. Not.
Okay, let's take a look. Yeah, keep going.
Yeah, I can't think of anything.
It's okay. We'll see.
I know that
Uh,
it was to do with health. That would be what it would be about.
yeah, like
Oh,
something to do with the body. But because it's Aries, it's something like your head, face, your adrenal or suprarenal glands. I don't know where they are. Is that here? No, that's
I'm not sure.
adrenal glands, suprarenal. They're the ones that create adrenaline. They produce a variety of hormones called adrenaline and aldosterone and cortisol. So like getting you heightened. So there could have been like a lowered, maybe there was a lowered. It was kind of where's that part? Oh, the adrenal glands are actually in top of the kidneys.
On top of the what?
Kidneys.
Oh.
Yeah. But in this case, because it's something, it maybe started when you were 2 years old. Something happened. I don't know what it was. Um, It was opposite of Pluto. So there's some kind of toxins. Were there toxins, toxicity, or sudden toxicity in that area? I'm not
Uh,
saying it could have happened, but there's a possibility.
the only thing that comes to mind is that's probably when my mom and my real dad were having a lot of fighting and trouble, and that could have affected the
Yeah,
cortisol. That right?
yeah, yeah. That
Yeah.
kind, yeah.
Yeah.
Because that makes sense that it's something that you probably when you started becoming more conscious of it, or rather you started to becoming more affected by it. Because this sextile shows that like it doesn't come naturally. Like in
Yeah.
terms of like emotional and anger related and emotion stuff, like when it was like sudden, because it was in Aquarius, and you have your Saturn, which rules Aquarius, was in Libra. So any sort of conflict would have affected that as well. Any sort of like sudden change in your environment, your home environment, your creative environment, all of a sudden, and it affected your self worth. Maybe you probably as a child thought, "Am I causing this?" Well, right. So That's what it's telling me here. So, yeah, but it was unexpected. But when you started to, I guess you could say, work on it. When I say in this case work on it, it doesn't mean that you wanted the pain. It just kind of, maybe when you started sort of feeling like you were part of it, like it was kind of like your responsibility, because it was opposite of that. It's like you have this like sudden changes, toxicity, you have Pluto there. It's almost like you were powerless to control it. The unexpected changes here. The Pluto here is opposite your was opposite your Chiron. So in that case, what's happening was, yeah. How that ties into this whole Saturn return is now the pain that you've experienced in the past. It's no longer. It's still in Aries. No, it's in. Oh no, actually, it's going into. Sorry, it's now in Taurus. So now it's like you're being reminded to go back into, instead of that sort of heightened state of your Chiron, which was like this energy, headaches from it's like a fire energy. You're now your it's because you've had your Chiron return already. You went through that. I don't know when you went through that. Several years ago, when you went through these sudden changes, like the pain just came through. I don't know when that was. Actually, I can look that up. Let's see here. Let's see. Do you remember the like a like an? Do you remember feeling like any part time in your life a few years ago where you felt like you had to go through the wounding and you started your healing process? Was that in 2000 some 18? I'm going to take a look. Chiron. No, that's not 2018. That could be then, let's see, 2020.
Yes. Yes. I had my spiritual awakening at the end of 2019. I was in a very abusive relationship, and then in 2020, he almost killed me. So yeah, that was crazy.
Oh, okay.
That caused all my everything you just said to come up.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So when you have that Chiron return, it's almost like you had to come to terms with the lack of power and the unpredictability, and that kind of affected your self-worth. It's like, when you, for me, I don't sometimes understand how it's like, how is that lack of power affecting a self-worth? How does that affect it? Well, if you're powerless, it's almost like you have no place in the universe. It's almost like you feel disconnected, right? But then the Chiron return. I bet you that Chiron return wasn't even retrograde, because I don't see it as retrograde in what's called the ephemeris. It's like this huge list of like where the planets are, literally like by day. It's a huge chart. So I'm not going to show it right now because it might like not yet, maybe later. So with the Chiron that's passed already, it's now swinging towards Taurus. I know the planets are right here, but we look at the angles right here. So it's this one right here. All these like not the angles, the degrees that they're in. So it's now in Taurus, and it's bringing all that back and to kind of take it seriously again. Specifically in this case, Saturn return is telling you to process those things that need to be taken seriously. Not necessarily seriously as in like I to be serious person. No, I mean just it's weighing in, or it's weighing like what is more important now. Like in 2028 you'll start to realize that. So that's what I'm seeing. Proserpina there is something else though. Let me double check here. Adaptation. Okay. So Proserpina was the Roman equivalent name to Persephone. So, but she represents something else. She's not like the attraction to bad boys, not like Persephone. Proserpina is the seasonal cycles, adaptation, pragmatism, resilience, being stuck in a rut or coming out of a rut, budding flowers or plants, seedlings, grains, pomegranates. Okay, that one's part of that. She's also about enticement and seduction, charm, growing to love you because she was taken by Pluto or Hades. But in this case, she was kind of like the difference between her and Proserpina, between her and Persephone is that she kind of like was okay with it more. Like she kind of went along with it. Whereas Persephone, the story in the Greek mythology, she was taken out of her, like out of her own will. Like she was just like, yeah. So it's acceptance and willingness of what's offered. It does introduce. It does talk about abductions. I'm not sure if that's part of that, but I'm not saying you're going to be abducted. But it's all about seeing things that are kind of unusual. With this whole thing with your Saturn Chiron placement in Taurus, it's actually right here. These two right here. What that means is like the wounding doesn't necessarily mean that it's like you're escaping from the uncertainty. In fact, it's kind of like to embrace it and welcome it and make it part of yourself, like your embodiment of it in Taurus. Taurus here is like creating sort of like taking things slowly, but learning to appreciate it as well. That it's like there's a reason for that. So Taurus is very much like he's the builder of the zodiac. He's the construction worker. He's the one. People you meet work in blue collar jobs. That's very Taurus. A lot of people in Taurus, but they also like pleasurable things. They like simple, pleasurable food, drinks, possessions, those kind of things, money. So in this case, it might bring in a certain satisfaction and contentment to what you already have. And kind of recreating your own story, or at least continuing to recreate your story. In terms of like your own philosophy and your own belief system, this is where we get into the other planets. You have the Bacchus, you have Orpheus, Angel, Neptune, Lucifer. So you already have Lucifer in your chart, but with Lucifer here transiting on that same day. What is that again? May 15, 2028. There's something to do with the abundance of angelic guidance and being able to connect and feel through it, specifically like a heightened sense of like connection and a certain sort of feeling of sovereignty in yourself. It's like, so something to do with like also, let me see. Actually, well, is it in Aries? Let me double check here. Bacchus. Oh, it's in the first 3 degrees. Bacchus. So we have Bacchus at 0. So right here. And Orpheus is around here. Okay, so Orpheus, Angel, Neptune, Lucifer are going to be in Aries. In fact, they're probably going to be in the last degrees of Aries. Let me double check. Oh, no, they're not. Lucifer is in 3 degrees Aries. Angel, 27 degrees Aries. So, okay. So Lucifer is not part of that one. Neptune, I think, is. Nope, Neptune is not. So, I can't see Angel. I don't know why it's not there. Oh, there it is. Okay, I missed it. Okay, so from Angel, there you go. Not my bad. So from Angel to Bacchus, it's going to be the last degrees of Aries, which is, I think, this one right here. It's like a layered green sort of sketchy thing. So with that being the case, okay, heightened sense of like recognition of your connection to your guides. I would say that's what it is, because Angel is Angel. It's very direct. So downloads, guidance, support, connections, understanding more of the connections, the elevation to the other dimension, your perception might change. Because it is Aries, it's more up here in the head. So something to do with the download directly, like up here. Um, I don't know much about Bacchus, but I do remember that Bacchus is like he was the god of Dionysus. He was the god of wine. Bacchus represents the overindulgence or indulgence, like Jupiter, which is about expansion, growth, optimism. But Bacchus is about appreciation of the hard work you put in and really like savoring it. Bacchus is about savoring. So in that case, you probably have this like huge amount of connection. It's like a lot of it because you have Bacchus there. But you might even be drunk from it. I don't know, not necessarily drunk, but like, yeah, because Bacchus is wine. He's the god of wine, right? But also harvest. So whatever you work on, what you reap is what you sow. That's basically Bacchus as well. And the Orpheus here is the one that's connecting on a very emotional level. Like you're connecting, it's sort of like a sublime. It's almost like sublimeness. I don't know how to describe it. So, yeah. Yeah. So we're not going to go with Lucifer and Neptune here because that's in the eighth house. We're talking more about your ninth house, which ties in directly with the ninth house, ties in directly with your Saturn return. Um, what else was there? Oh, sorry. Uh, uh, Eris. Okay, we have Eris here. So Eris is in retro. No, it's not in retrograde. Ah, okay. So uh, Eris is about absolute inclusion, according to Pam Gregory, this astrologer. She said that she's about absolute inclusion, but I see her as more like how it ties in with like communities that are not only like-minded communities but different as well. But you have your own community where you share a certain common experience, share a common belief. So how that comes in with your ninth house stuff is that air is here part of that whole process. So you're kind of coming towards more learning about your own beliefs and philosophies in a sort of community setting. Maybe people that you really, really get along with, people that you actually truly are one with, not just like I think I know, not like you actually feel it. Eris will be transiting your ninth house, so it will be in 26 degrees. So it's actually it's going to be trying possible potential new experiences. It's a sextile to Eo, so but it won't be open until you actually open it yourself. Your own natal Eos, meaning the one you were born with, represents new beginnings, things that you part of us that want to let go of the past because we want to start anew. Regrets of the past is also Eos. Within retrograde, it's almost like you weren't new beginnings. It's almost like the opposite of new beginnings. You were kind of like sticking to where you were. You tend to probably, I don't know about today, but at least when you were younger, you tended to uh, stick with communities, even though sometimes you need to get out of it. Like it probably, um, I don't know. It's square your own natal Chiron. Hmm. It's like you were kind of questioning your own place in a community, like maybe that um, it's something that you weren't ready to leave yet. I don't know. Can you explain that a little bit more? I feel like I'm trying to get to know EOS a little bit more. That's the way I know EOS. EOS is like not just new beginnings, but EOS is the part of us that goes, I'm in a hurry to go for something new because the old's getting boring. But with it in retrograde, it's almost like you didn't know how to work with those. It's almost like maybe, let me see here. Like Hmm. So new energy, new insights, past regrets. Okay, aging, and just look. No matter how I look or how old I get, unconditional love. Okay, it's almost like I something to do with like the unconditionality of your connections in communities. Um, infatuations, youthful zeal, of course. Fear of old age is part of that as well, but it's not tying in with the 11th house right here. That's the 11th house. I don't know what that is. Do you feel like that specifically? What about FTP? Like, what do you feel about with FTP? Do you still feel? Because right now, what you have right now, what you're going to go through right now, is what you're probably going to tell me is something different. Because this is what you were born with. So that might have changed. No, it probably isn't retrograde anymore. I'll have to look into the progression charts again, but
Yeah. Um, what you're saying, I feel like fits in with FTP. You know what I mean?
mhm.
Like, I'm a little confused. Sorry. Yeah.
That's okay. I don't know. I'm trying to kind of understand it too. So, the story of Eos is that she's the one who introduced uh, Helios every time the sun rose. Eos is the forefront of that. She's like the sunrise, whereas Helios was the sun itself. She's like the one that goes like, oh, okay, here we go. It's a new dawning, a dawning of the day sort of thing. That's what she represents. So it's all about shedding old skin. And in this case, you probably couldn't shed old communities. Probably you couldn't. There's some certain you couldn't reset. You couldn't start over. It's almost like you stay in communities, and that kind of challenge you because it's almost like you have to transform through the pain naturally of like loss of freedom from communities. Like you couldn't be yourself around certain people or groups, and because of that loss of freedom, if you have your Chiron, you were born with this Chiron in Aries. So you have your wounding comes from that loss of freedom to be yourself, to be a leader, to questioning your own worth as well as part of that as well. Like just being in charge. It's almost like you were just going with what everybody really wanted, and so you just because you didn't know how to work with that energy of like, I need to start fresh. Maybe this community doesn't work for me, and this one doesn't, or like even like jobs that you've had before. Maybe you just stuck with the job that you had, and then because it paid, you didn't know how to like, okay, it pays a bill. Okay, I'm being practical. Um, there is a certain transition that would have to. It's almost like you are always in transition. It's in the last degrees of Gemini, and Gemini is a what's called a mutable sign, which means it's open to change. Whenever you deal with mutable signs, Gemini, Pisces, Virgo, and Sagittarius, they're all about transitions. They're all about this point of like something new will start again. Um, And with it in Gemini, it's almost like you're getting all these information and what you do with it, but you didn't know how to because it's like, what is this? Because of the powerlessness that you probably felt. Your self worth was affected, and you just kind of like, maybe you overanalyze things to the point where it's just like, I think I'm going to stay here. No, I'm not going to stay here. So it's almost like you're just in the cycle. The cycle never renews, and you were just stuck in that.
Yeah.
And I'm not judging you, okay? I'm just like,
Oh, I know. You're right, though. Yeah.
okay, so yeah, so there's this like grand T square right here between the three planets. Um, so with Eos there, but it's sextile. I believe it's sextile to Eris, 29 degrees, 26. Not really sure. It could be something that you could work towards a new beginning. So to kind of test yourself and be like, I'm gonna go for it, no matter how absurd it is, and I'm just gonna laugh at it. That's Eris, right? She's the one who laughs at absurdities as well. She's the one who's like questions things not directly, but kind of like, here you go. okay, this is what I asked for. I made my bed. I'm going to lie in it. So, yeah. I'm just looking at that if it was sextile though. Sextile is an aspect. It's 30 degrees. So, but it's a small type of aspect, but but yeah, there could be that where Eris is kind of probably going to make you feel like you'll have to, if you make the choice to do so, like to actually create a new beginning for yourself. I'm not really sure. I'm gonna keep going. Yeah. Okay, cool. I'm gonna keep going here. What else do we have here? Asmodeus. I just did some work on Asmodeus today. um, Asmodeus was the demon of. Hold on. Let me double check. Saturn, Chiron, Asmodeus. Okay, so Asmodeus will still be around that area. And you'll be, in your ninth house, right? So, but again, I just want to emphasize that year on that day, well, specifically that year, possibly that year, your your own philosophy of your own belief systems, your own philosophy, whatever it is you believe in, will be affected. It could also be that your let me go back here. I don't know if you'll be traveling though. I'm not really sure if you're open to traveling, because there's a Saturn there. Saturn there means that it's like restricted. So I don't think traveling is a thing, but there could be an openness towards it that you start to adapt. It's a sort of a different feel. Maybe you'll start to look at old ways of traveling. Maybe you go back into, like, instead of just going traveling by plane, maybe you'll do like a maybe you'll let's go back to Phaeton here. Sorry, 1 second. Deserts. Okay, something to do with desert. So you probably instead you might end up going into like somewhere close by, maybe like a desert area. Maybe something to do with, here it says here, something to do with climate changes, global warming. So maybe your traveling has nothing to do with long distance travel, but actual, just local. Because technically what rules your natal ninth house, the cusp of the ninth house is right here, is in Aries. So that means it's not anywhere far. It's definitely like it's close by. I would say it's probably close by. I don't know. Not sure. But that's like your thing anyways. That's your that's your own natal energy, right? So you tend to, I don't know, I think you don't really like traveling that far. Is that true?
Right. That's right.
Yeah, there you go. That makes sense. Yeah, so there's a lot of restrictions with travel, not because it's like you don't want to, it's more like, it's not really an interest of yours because you're not really Sagittarius. If you were Sagittarius, yes, traveling is kind of like an open thing. You're like open to it. Let's go back to, I'm just kind of looking at other parts here. Asmodeus. Okay, so with Asmodeus, I believe Asmodeus will be conjunct your Chiron right here and Saturn. Yeah. So that means that it's probably going to, I don't know, you'll probably be tempted to look back into your old wounding and the pain that you experienced. And maybe because of all this placement here with Phaeton, you have Atira, Phaeton, and Proserpina, it's almost like maybe you might go back into it, but you'll start to adapt to it as well. So whether you create something new or you don't, that's up to you, right? But there might be this feeling of like, it's almost like you want to process it even more because it's going to be in Taurus, which is a heavy earth element. the sign of the energy of Taurus is opposite of your Scorpio. Scorpio is stubborn, so is Taurus, right? Scorpio is about resources and money as well, but Scorpio is about my money with you. Do I trust you? Can I help? How do I connect with you, both physical and an ethereal level, instinctive and intuition? But Taurus is more grounded. It's more like in the earth stuff. So Taurus energy is more about things, material things, possessions. Self worth is also part of that too. Um, yeah, that's what I see. So you'll be tempted to do certain things. That's Asmodeus. Asmodeus is temptation. Asmodeus is also lust and anger and wrath. So there could be issues regarding like past issues that have a lot to do with that, like any sort of maybe subconscious wounding, specifically with money, specifically with something like your possessions, money, your income, freedom, sense of freedom, boundaries as well. It's not just a Saturn thing; it's also a Taurus thing. Taurus is also kind of like boundaries. Um, what else? So you might be what is this? Asmodeus is extreme. Like he's really about lust and wrath. He's one of the seven deadly sins. He's like that. That's what he represents. So you might be going through all this. Maybe like a renewal of your sexuality and start to embrace sexual power and start to be like, okay, I there's a part of me that doesn't need to be crazy about it. It doesn't need to be imbalance. That's what Asmodeus also represents. He represents imbalance because it's like, um, because sometimes we like to, as humans, especially we're conditioned to, right, to believe that it's like one way or the other. Like, not really. It's all about being whole. So Asmodeus is representing that you might start to feel like you need to punish yourself for certain things in the past, or you feel like there's a part of you that's just like, I need to cleanse this. I need to suffer a little bit, right? But Asmodeus also brings forward the whole idea that it's like, no, if you embrace and deal with and play with, here's the key about Asmodeus. It's also about playing, mischief, games, gambling. So you can gamble you may take risks and gamble towards not physical gambling, maybe, I don't know. But if it is about money, there might be that too. So yeah. Let's see what else is square to if I missed anything. Square. I like to look at squares like I said before. So 4 degrees. Let's see here. Oh. Because it's square this moon Pluto placement here, I feel like that might be issues about questioning your own like sovereignty and power towards being more like caring about like whatever issues you might have of the past, particularly with health, might affect your choices. That whole risk-taking thing, working with old wounds, um, and really learning from it, because your Saturn return means that you're actually there to learn. And it's not just in one day, of course. It's going to be a span of like, I don't know, as long as it's conjunct your own Saturn, like up to about maybe 8 degrees, maybe up to here. That's when, I don't know when that will be, but several months, maybe a few months, few weeks to months, you go through that process of like that feeling of like, I need to take things a little bit more seriously and really hone in on that, whatever it is I need to work on. Yeah, so something a lot to do with your own creativity and working with it and starting fresh and building new things, or building things like, yeah, it's almost like you're almost like not starting over. It could be the case, but it's more about starting over from what you already have and what you've had before. Yeah. But yes, but it might kind of challenge you. Your issues regarding like unconditional self love, nurturing might come into the picture, and you'd be like, "Who's going to take care of me? Oh, I'm fucking pissed off." But then it's in Aquarius, so it's going to get very analytical and even scientific. Sometimes probably extreme to a certain degree. It'd be like it might be right. So, uh, yeah, the shadow of Aquarius is like in Leo. You find it in Leo. It's very it's manipulative science, manipulative intellect. That's a shadow of of Aquarius. It's also egotistical because it's kind of like Leo. It's like pride. When Aquarius has the shadow of Aquarius is like this energy of like I'm better than you because I know more. I'm smarter. I know I can see ahead of time, and I know. So there's that. There's the shadow of Aquarius. Many people don't realize that about Aquarius. Like, oh, Karens are easy. It's like very social, and oh, wait till you see their shadow.
I'm
Right.
very aware of that.
Sorry.
I'm very aware of that. Yes.
Mm.
So
Mm. So you had experiences with Aquarians?
my ex, the abusive one, was an Aquarius. He had a good fun side, but a real dark shadow side. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Because the thing with Scorpio is that there's already a dark side to it. So now the shadow of Scorpio is not about the dark side; it's the light. It's like you're too happy, you're too positive. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Like, it can be, especially a lot of Scorpios probably feel that. It's like, you're not real enough. What's wrong with you? What are you trying to cover up? What are you trying to do? Be vulnerable with me. Be open. Scorpios love that. Scorpios love that whole but the shadow of that too is being kind of like having that stability as well. So when the realness starts to become less real, there's sort of this thing that's kind of like Scorpios going like, I don't understand the reality anymore. And you start to become like the shadow, which is Taurus. It starts to become possessive and stubborn, and like it's instead of it being like the waters, the cold waters that are healing, that are soothing, it starts to turn into ice. That's Scorpio. It's like starts to like to the point where it becomes like calcified ice. It's almost like I just want to be in control of you, and I will do anything to manipulate that and control you because you are not being real. I want you to be real as fuck. And if you don't do that, it's almost like I don't know you anymore, or I don't know myself. I can't connect with you. I don't know if there's a trust here. Because Scorpio loves that. They love openness, they love vulnerability, they love clarity. Right? So that's funny about the dark side. Isn't dark not clear? Like actually it is because it's a different type of clarity. It's like closing your eyes and seeing, now I can see you without seeing you. Did that make sense? Right.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
cool. So it's like there you go. What was this? Okay, so let's sorry. Let's see what else is square. Okay, first of all, you have your Saturn square Cassandra. Your own natal Saturn is square Cassandra. So what this usually means is that it's something that you kind of personally reflect on. It's something that you meditate on, and something that you kind of deal with it in your own time. But usually, when you have you have this huge, grand, a fixed square right here, grand fixed square down here. So I did mention Cassandra before, but Cassandra is a part of us that just knows. It's that it's Cassandra is that we know. Cassandra represents those crazy what do you call those in the streets, like the prophets, like the street prophets. That's like kind of like Cassandra. Nobody believes them because they're too crazy. They're too way out there. for you, because of your Cassandra in Leo, it's almost like you get these childlike downloads and actual information, and you just know it. But because no one really believed you, it's almost like, or at least you dream about it as if people don't trust you or you don't believe you, and you feel kind of like, oh shit, I feel alone. You feel lonely and you felt like out of place, especially with your own belief system. That's what you believe, especially with like general community, foreigners, um, even like religious institutions, people like, or you just knew something and then you told them, or they asked you and then you told them, but you're like, what? Then why the fuck did you ask me? So, and then you start to get the relationship stuff. You start to be like, ugh, like the Venus in Scorpio here is actually in a placement that's, they call this what is it? It's a fall, because no, it's a detriment. Venus fits in with Taurus, so when it's in its opposite sign, it's actually, it's a detriment. So that it doesn't mean that it's negative. It just means that the way Venus relates is not as the energy of Venus doesn't get revealed that much. It's not open. So therefore the energy of Venus becomes more like inwards because of that Scorpio energy. Because it wants real things, right? So jealousy becomes a part of that. Control, manipulation, subtleties, lack of the connections, possibly very, very control based, very like power struggle stuff. It's really related to that. Deviousness, not as trickeries. It's not really part of that. Yeah, kind of, but not really. But more like deeper, sort of like really deep Scorpio energy. So with all that grand square thing, when you didn't get to nurture, you know how to kind of like, you probably had a good relationship with your mother, but when it came to your education, like what you wanted to do, what you wanted to learn, those kind of things, it was like almost like a struggle. It's like maybe your mom or motherly figures didn't agree with that or did not agree with that. They didn't actually even believe you when you said, this is what I want. This is Cassandra and Leo is like with the sun stuff. So if it gave you something, if it made you feel like I knew this is what I want, but you know, there were probably times where there was like, bless you. There are probably times when you had conflicts with a motherly figure, right? And that,
Yes.
yeah. Mm-hmm. So with that in turn, with its square with the transiting Saturn Chiron here and the other planets before, that need for, or that the when it, because it's your time now to look into your whole life and see what you need to shed off and what you need to start, like we need you to focus on, so that it becomes like your actual life, taking it seriously. That'll be affected by the placement of Cassandra in your natal chart, which means that you might still go through like, okay, nobody believes me, but do I believe me? You'll be made to question that. You'll be like, huh. And you might have dreams about it too, because this is the 12th house. Um, yeah. So let's take a look at what else? Is there anything? So this was,
That's still in 2028.
yeah, this is Alto 2028. Yeah.
Oh, wow. That's going to be a big one then, huh?
Oh yeah, Saturn returns are huge. Yeah. Now we have a bit more detail with the asteroids, so that's good. That means I can, yeah. So so there's that. I think that's the big one. Let's look at the opposition. I didn't get to see the opposition here. Opposition, like the planets. Oh, sorry. Down here. Ah, this one's a big one right here. Okay. Here we go. Whew, this is a heavy one. Watch out. Look at all these planets. Like, what the fuck? Yeah. Okay, let me see if I can break this down. So you have 4 degrees, Saturn, it's opposite all these planets, all these, all the way from Jupiter, your natal Jupiter. So, okay. So when you were younger, probably you had to balance between working through education and being open to new ideas. That's a general one. Jupiter in the third house means you're open to new ideas, new information, new ways of communicating. It's kind of where you grow, and you kind of possibly had a sort of your own ways of believing in things, the way you learned. This is how I see it. This is how I learn it. This is what I'm going to do with it. With your learning style, this is also your third house stuff. Your learning style means you're flexible. You tend to weigh things in. It's very Libra, right? The way you learn, the way you experience things has to be, there's always one side and then there's another side to it, right? In fact, it also means that you're an interpersonal learner. This is under the terms of, what's his name? Sorry, as I'm a language teacher, what's his name? Sorry. Uh, Howard Gardner's multiple intelligences. So it means your learning style. But some people only know a few. So there's kinesthetic, there's not auditory. Auditory is audiovisual. It's an audiovisual learning style because it's space. You like, yeah. With Libra though, it's more with interpersonal. So you learn best with relationships, like connecting. This is one of your top learning styles. It could also be that there's a bit of natural in you as well. You like things like more natural. Possibly. I'm not really sure. 24
Yeah.
degrees Libra. You do?
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, no. Yeah, that's sorry. It's okay. So, what else is there? Everything's balanced, harmony. So there's kinesthetic, intrapersonal, nature or natural, music, audiovisual, mathematical, logical, mathematical. There's a bit of that too there. Logical, mathematical as well, because you kind of weigh things in. Like, what's this? And it's kind of endless. It's kind of like, is this it? Is this it? Is this it? Is this it? Because all for the sake of balance, right? That's
Yeah.
Libra. So, there's another one. Existential. That's a rare one. No, that's not Libra. Definitely the interpersonal one is strong, for sure. But yeah, natural, interpersonal, and verbal, of course, verbal. You like talking things through, right? There you go. Yeah. So there you go. Those are 3 top. There's usually top like intelligence, like strengths that we have, and then the rest are less like weaker, or we need to work on them. You don't have to, but you work with your strengths, right? So, okay. So now in your own chart, we didn't go through this before. There's a lot of things that you experience with your third house. Your learning style, like not just learning style, but your education, your current environments, any sort of experience you have with like, in the vicinity. That's the third house too. That's Gemini. That's Mercury, kind of Mercury, but it's more about Gemini third house. So, let me see if I can put this in. So Asmodeus is temptation, wrath. Core is rhythm of life. It's like core is the belief in endless possibilities. Core it's like the pulse of life. It's a part of us that goes like, I understand the pulse of life. I knew what to go with. But it also represents coming of age transitions. So when you go so basically natural growth, that's core. It represents natural growth. So, but in the welcoming of it, the welcoming of a transition from this stage to this. So I believe core represents stages. So, okay, and then you have Echo, which is like mimicry, copying, loss of identity, because you're copying what others do, right? Echo, um, inability to communicate, anything to do with repetition, anything to do with mimicry, repetition, copying, forgotten things. Ixion is the ultimate like bliss, what makes us really happy, and violations, because if we don't follow what we're happy, like what makes us really happy, like from the heart and soul. Um, Ixion commits violations. It commits crimes. That's Ixion. You don't ever suppress an Ixion yourself. Otherwise, you will do something like extreme. So for that, when it comes to the third house, actually, before I'm going to keep going. Sorry. And then you have Venus. We already talked about that. Self worth, values. Circe is having boundaries. Circe comes, I believe, is related to the word circle. So you have boundaries, but she's also about charm because she practiced witchcraft. So I don't know if you were learning anything about that.
It's interesting.
Yeah. Okay. There's also Urania, which ties in with astronomy, mapping, calculations, and this understanding the connection of the stars, but also astrology. Adrastia is parental responsibility, service, family responsibility, or at least responsibility being not being able to say no, just saying yes, 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 yes all the time, because you feel like the choices you made is like, oh, I made this choice. You know, it's similar to the whole I made my bed, I'm going to lie in it, but it's more about depth. It's like this thing that you feel like you owing something to somebody, particularly with family or people that you are close to you. In this case for you, maybe it's like sibling or sibling figures. And then lastly, we have, what is that? Coronis and Narcissus. Ah, okay. Narcissus is right there. So Narcissus is not just narcissism. Narcissus is, um, it's an unconscious desire for trusting and loving yourself. Right? It's perfectionism, the perfect partner. It's like it's instead of projecting the shadow outwards, it's projected inwards. That's narcissist. Um, so basically, empty love and false relationships, self abandonment. Right? It's a very shadow thing. It's a really strong shadow thing. Narcissist is really about the shadow. It's like if there was shadow work, narcissist is the mirror. Narcissist is the mirror that goes like, let me look at myself. So, and how do I appreciate myself? It also represents twin flames. Twin flames, and I'm gonna just say this out, twincest, possibly, because he loved himself. So you're gonna, yeah, twincest, like you're talking like to the point where it's sexual. Um, yeah. It also represents spurned lovers, suitors. It doesn't really apply to the third house here but it could apply to agony over unrequited connections with siblings, maybe, or someone that you thought was a sibling but you felt attracted to them, or they felt attracted to you but you didn't. Um, does that sound? You're looking at me like, wait, I can't hear you. What? Sorry.
Yeah, no, I just can't. Like, is that supposed to be happening in the future, or I don't
No, this
understand?
is like your birth chart itself, because I'm going through it and then I'm going to go connect it to the Saturn thing.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Right. Well, it could be that. I mean, I don't know, but it doesn't necessarily mean literally that. It could mean that because it's about learning, because it's your third house, it's almost like your. This is the biggest thing I've ever done. Like this huge connection between Asmodeus. You got Asmodeus, Koar. So maybe you kind of like kind of have this risk taking approach to uh how you want you when you the part of your learning process is the whole I what do you call this? You always wanted to just explore things, but there's a part of you that kind of just felt like I don't know what to do with that. I don't have the enough facts. I don't have the right information. So I'm just going to follow what's there. And, but I'm still going to go with it anyways, because I believe that by just doing what others do, by kind of relating with others, and I totally believe that it's like I can do that. And you had this sort of lust for life right here, this Asmodeus core conjunction right here. And then you also had to create certain boundaries eventually with other people, and you had to be calculative about it as well. Even though you still felt like there's a certain responsibility you have towards them, because your narcissist is saying like, well, yeah, I have a responsibility to you, but I also have a responsibility to myself. And you didn't actually tell people that. You don't communicate that stuff. You just like, especially with it in Scorpio, a lot of it starting from as far as core right here, all in Scorpio. So it's all about like this huge connection with like this desire to really have this cathartic experience, both with how you see your purpose and like what your purpose is and your act like how it's life is supposed to be meaningful, specifically with learning, and how you're trying to uncover these gifts that you had that you never had before. Right? I made a mistake about Echo. Echo is not in Libra. Echo is in Scorpio here. So yeah, does that kind of ring a bell? Like, do you feel like that's part of it because it's still like all these planets, all these asteroids are square your Mars, Ceres, and Moon conjunction right here. Not to mention that on that day you're going to have the transit of the Moon Pluto. So that means all of those things that you had since you were born, like these experiences as you got older and old, you had to go through these things like self-exploration, kind of not what do you call that? Not recreating the wheel, not reinventing the wheel. Sorry, it feels like yeah. I feel like that's a part of you as well. You don't instead of recreating the wheel, it's almost like you're innovating from it because it's square into your 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 Moon. Ceres is right here. It's from another chart. Your Ceres is right here. With your Mars, it's almost like you had to be creative through innovation instead of like, I'm just going to invent something. In this case, you just kind of innovate through that. That's Aquarius too. Aquarius is innovation. See, Uranus is weird this year. So if you see all these things that I'm not doing that. I'm not shutting down that thing. I'm not closing anything. So, where were we? Right here. Okay. So yeah, so with this Saturn pull at that, with the Saturn return, you're taking these seriously. Like your learning is going to be taken seriously. What you're learning in life, not just learning, like anything regarding learning, anything regarding communication, anything regarding, yeah, it's really about learning. It affects your ninth and your third house. Your third house and your ninth house is all about learning. It's all about what we consciously create for ourselves, but also super consciously adapt in that process, throughout that process. I hope that makes sense. Here we have a bunch of other things like your Saturn return is going to. I'm going to skip Orpheus Angel there because there's something. Okay, I'm going to work with the trines. Here we go. So these are trines right here. Oops, right here. So you have four bodies, or at least 4 bodies, 5 bodies that are trine to your Saturn. Even though you have all those things that are going to be happening on on May 15, 2028, you're going to um, you naturally have these guidance that you're getting. Yeah, you have it's like your angels, or I don't know if you ever communicate with do you ever communicate with an angel that's like teaches you hard work? Do you ever get those? Do you have any guides? Do you talk to your guides?
Oh yeah, I have three of them. I talk to
Okay.
them all the time.
Okay. Do they feel like do they kind of you have angel, let's see here. Ah. They kind of probably guide you towards what is right for you, right? They tell you all the time what is right for you. You have Harmonia here, you have Siren. I don't know much about Siren. We're gonna skip that a bit here, but Harmonia is all about like absolute harmony. So with the guides there telling you, it's almost like I feel like there's something there with Icarus. Icarus is risk taking. It's like Phaethon, but uh, overexcitement. So, okay, you probably yeah. I go through a lot of discernment. Like maybe your guides are telling you to discern things a little bit more, and then when you're ready, it's you can be like impulsive. You know, when it's the timing is right, you can be uh impetuous. I heard impetuous. I mean, yeah. Um,
Yeah.
yeah, but in a very practical level too, because it's in Capricorn. So with all that, oh, you have Prometheus here as well. Prometheus is like foresight, this ability that you have to see things ahead of time. You see the connection between the past and the future and the present. It's a connection. You're like, because Prometheus, I don't know if you know about Prometheus, but he was the god that gave mankind fire. So that ability is mean like you see the benefit in helping others because of what you know. You have this wisdom that it's like, right? And you're actually, it's actually conjunct vertex here. So that means you probably actually even have harmonia right here, all these right here. With it conjunct your vertex, vertex is not a planet. Vertex is fated encounters. um, so you're probably used to getting these relationships that were very, either they're super harmonious or that they sort of taught you something really like profound. Like it's almost like, but it was kind of like long-term relationships. Possibly you're in long-term relationships, but ones that actually gave you a sense of stability, but also like gave you ideas about like what it means for you, like how the relationship should work for you. Um, so you got this like, I don't know, it's almost like the relationship becomes like this, like your crystal ball in a way. But at the same time, okay, it's opposite of Vulcan or volcano. It's not about really about volcanoes. Yes, Volcano is, he was the Roman equivalent of um, Hephaestus. Let's see here. I have some short notes on this one. So he's about natural talents, concentration, hurdles, lessons to master. Yes, blacksmiths, metalwork, revelation of one sense being different, channeling, channeling creative energy to shape your desires, imperfect beauty, trials and tribulations, solitude, introspection. I don't know. So forging new tools. So he's like Hephaestus. Mm. Your natural abilities. Okay, let's go with that. So the questioning of your natural abilities, I believe, especially specifically with communities, within communities, right here, 11th house, that was kind of like your doubting of your natural abilities kind of in a way used to at least um, it's almost like the shadow behind it is that you possibly probably had relationships that were the ones that gave you the ideas and the insight and foresight, possibly, and the gifts that you wanted in the relationship itself, rather than you contributing to it, because you feels like maybe there was a part of you that went, I don't know how to contribute to this, not necessarily relationship, but like the love that I can give. This is the fifth house. This is the love we give. The 11th is the love we receive, because it's communities. So that in turn kind of made you questions like, where is this love being spread? How can I give it? But it's almost like you felt like you doubted yourself with that. Um, but how that ties in with the Saturn right here is that you can work through that as long as you work through it, specifically internally speaking, because you have your Saturn retrograde as a natal part of yourself. You're born with that energy. Your Saturn return is it's going to be an open Saturn. It's going to be more about the actual, because your Saturn itself in retrograde means that you kind of, there's a doubt in yourself to, it's almost like instability becomes this thing. It's like, you question, maybe you didn't, or did you feel like you're not good in like academic circles? You're not good with like, you were never good with like beliefs or dogma. You were never open to that.
Yeah, yeah, I was open to that. I feel like.
Oh, you
Well,
were? Okay.
now I am. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Because the
Well,
retrograde, yeah, go ahead, sorry.
I don't know what dogma is.
Oh, like doctrine, like by the book.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, that's not me.
There you go. That's what I thought. Okay. So it's a you probably you didn't resonate with those things. So even with these beliefs and the philosophies of higher education system, academia, you kind of like, the fuck? I don't
Yeah.
rigid. It was very rigid, so you didn't go along with that. So it's almost like this rebellious side of yourself. Like I was like, I don't know. No, that's not my thing. Right? So you know how to work with that energy anyways. You internalize that inner Saturn, and it's like, no, my own discipline, my own um I'm working with my own fears, but it's almost like you know how to transmute those fears and saying, my fears are not what society tells me. My fears are me succumbing to what society wants. Right? So, and you naturally work through that, right? It's like you go through this sort of like these conflicts. Okay, that's cool, but you know how to work with that energy of like, it's like you're repurposing conflict. You're repurposing um, struggles. You're repurposing hard work and discipline, and at the same time, that blends along with the people that come into your life, specifically romantic ones, or at least the love you can give through just being patient, right? And that in turn will affect how your Saturn is going to be more opened, specifically with this return. And now it's going to be like, ah, now I understand what discipline was. It's not external discipline. It's not physical discipline. It's not just hard work. Maybe, but more about my internal power, my internal discipline, my internal limits. What boundaries do I put in? What boundaries do I place so that I can work with my own wounding, go through that, process it in a different way than others people think. Because some people want like a, you know, like a, what do you call that? Uh, like an all-in-one solution, or like a, like a quick fix. You're not up. You That's not how it works for you. You have this understanding. It's like, no, it's not a quick fix, but I know how to fix it because I go internally, right? So I know, yeah, I hope that makes sense. So it naturally comes through, like you'll know how to work with that energy because of this, and people naturally come into your life. This whole thing, like people who bring harmony to your life, it feels good. It feels like you're learning from the process. You're learning from the relationship. It's very, very like it's almost like relationships become like a constant. They provide constancy for you. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. Especially with like being childlike, it kind of gives you that constancy. It helps you being open to it, because you also have that your sun. The sun rules the fifth house through Leo, um, and your sun is in conjunct to Pluto. I mean to Neptune and Mercury. So this is a very like one is a pacifist planet, one is a very open, neutral planet. So you have this sort of like very neutral way about you that's like, okay, that's who you are, that's who I am, cool. It's a very different type of like energy of Scorpio. It's not like that. Wow. Okay, so, yeah. Hmm, what else? Did we already go through? Oh, this one last one. Hmm. Oh, I forgot to mention this. I never talked about Spartacus. Spartacus is a recent asteroid that I've been working with. Sort of. Um, Remember how you had that huge list of planets in your third house right here? Well,
Yeah.
Spartacus is part of that too, but Spartacus is all the way in the 22nd degree. So it's not really opposite. Oh, actually, no, it's not opposite your Saturn, but it does affect your Jupiter. Naturally speaking, like when I say natural, I mean like your birth chart wise. It's Spartacus understands the need for individualism and freedom. It's a part of us that wants to. There's a part of you that just like fights through it, um, but you're very influential as well. Like when you communicate, there's some sort of like people get drawn to you somehow when it comes out, and you're very charismatic. There's magnetism there. At least when you start to believe in yourself. That's the whole Jupiter thing. When you start to really believe in yourself, whenever that happens, Spartacus comes through and you'd be like, oh, wow, yeah, she knows what she's doing. Cool. Even if you don't know what you're saying, you don't know whatever it is, they still believe you because it's what you believe, right? I believe it's also 22. Was it up? It was also square Cassandra, I believe. I think it was in this one. Oh no, it's sextile to Cassandra. Sorry, sextile to Cassandra means that it was you knew how to kind of when you would have to naturally be in a sort of a reflective state, or maybe places where you have to be yourself. You can meditate and be yourself and be by yourself to process that, and that's where that strong will comes in. And then when it's time, it's almost like boom, you say the right thing. It is square your it's square like what's called the mean. This is actually the same thing right here. This is Lilith. So that means like you literally work through shadow work, and that's part of the things that is kind of a struggle for you when it comes to like being your authentic, freedom loving sort of like um, self. The part of you that wants to communicate honestly, wants to be influential to others, not because you want to be of power. It's more like I'm sharing this because you feel powerless. So that's Spartacus, right? Um, Gossip can be a part of that as well. Maybe you're a center of like a rumor, gossip, or speculation. Maybe you're judged by groups and systems. But you really got to the heart of the matter. You really like, and you had, especially once you start to meditate on it, or once you start to process it, it's in the 12th house. Your shadow work stuff that you do, and Cassandra's right here too. Cassandra is, well, that's square, but Cassandra here is the one that's trine. It's right here in 18 degrees, Cassandra, somewhere here. But the square to your Lilith means that as you work through the shadow work, the fact that nobody believes you means it's like, okay, what's important is I believe myself. So then you communicate that and became like, you became this sort of magnetic being to others and saying that it's like, well, okay, you don't have to believe what I believe in. That's totally fine. If you're on board with it, great, come along. If you're not, see you later. It's very simple, right? So, but you made it simple. I would say you made it simple. I don't know. I feel like when I say made it simple is because what do you call this? Your Venus opposite your Saturn, and it was in Taurus. Saturn in Taurus has this desire to just keep things simple. This is the common denominator between Taurus and Scorpio. It's simplicity. It's just getting to the heart of the matter, being direct. So that's why I said you made it simple. I don't know. But how that ties in with this whole thing again, this whole return, is that you actually this will come up again. These things will come up with. Hold on, let me double check something here. There's a reason why I took that out. Ah, okay. The reason why is because you have this right here, healing as well through your shadow work right here. It's healing through shadow work. Something you also have to work through and actually work at it consciously when your Saturn return comes. I'm not saying work. I'm not saying wait for it, but but that's one of the things that you'll be asked to work on. What else? I think that's it. That's for your Saturn return. Any questions? So I
No, nailed it. I like that. That was good.
okay.
Yeah.
So I was talking about your natal chart as well, and how that ties in with your Saturn return. Yeah. So, yeah, the big one is the Chiron Saturn coming through. It's going to be in conjunct to your Saturn. So a lot of wounding, a lot of like coming. So lessons from the past are definitely going to come through, right? Something to do with. I'm going to say this, like maybe things pertaining to not just old things, but like aging, but also like the passing of possessions to other people, like your son, for example. That might be a thing as well, because you have Chiron there, and Saturn rules. Saturn rules old things. Saturn rules tradition. Saturn rules things that have already been stabilized and formed. And Saturn is saying, is this the form that you want to stick with? Is this the form that you want to continue with? What do you need to change? Because Chiron is a transition between stability and change. Chiron actually, in astronomically speaking, Chiron orbits the sun in between Saturn and Uranus. Uranus is change. Saturn is stability. Chiron is a transition between the two. So it's integration. That's what it is. Yeah. You're going to be learning more about integration. That's the general gist of it. Integration. Your Saturn return is going to include that. So, cool. So that's that. The second big one is your nodal return. There are two returns that I would want to talk about, but we can talk about that next time. But the one is called nodal return, and it means that it's talking about your path forward. Okay, I'm going to close this one. Where are we? Revert changes. Revert changes. Yes, revert changes. Okay. Here we go. So let's see. Your son hasn't contacted me yet, though. By the way, so like he has, but we haven't. Sorry, we haven't actually scheduled one because I think he's so busy. So I'm just letting you know. I don't know. It doesn't matter.
When you were talking about a release of possessions like my son, were you talking about my son, my actual son?
No, not necessarily.
Oh,
It could be to foreigners. Yeah,
okay.
yeah. Uh, okay, that's strange. Oh, oops. Okay, I'm going to bring that down, and then open this up. Okay, so now your nodal return. So we talked a little bit about North Node last time. Did we? I think we did a little bit. Because I mean, I'll go through it again if you have any questions. But basically, it's your path forward. It's the things that you go through, like things that your soul has chosen to experience because it's unknown. It's the path forward, right? It's like, and usually it can be kind of scary because it's like, I don't know what's ahead. So, but with the nodal, yeah.
I said, "Oh yeah, scary."
Oh,
Yes.
sorry. So, but with the nodal return, it means that you are reassessing, or like kind of like going back to like figuring out like, am I in the right path? That's basically what it means. It's usually a return means it's like a something important. It's in part of your life that's important. It's like that needs to be brought to attention. So August 2025, August 5, 2025. So next year is your nodal return. Woohoo! So naturally your north node was conjunct child, Chariklo. So it's a lot about healing. We talked about that before. It's yeah. So working with children, working with healing children, and something about secrets. I remember something about secrets, like revealing something like that, right? It's in the other video, but mm-hmm. So with your nodal return, what's going to happen is that your talents are going to be, you're going to be forced to reassess your talents and your own, what do you call this? Your inner wildness, like your inner like nature, your ability to, but it's going to be in retrograde, so it's going to feel like you're not sure about what talents you have, what kind of gifts you have, what kind of gifts you possess. And it's almost like your sense of independence will be questioned as well, because you have Artemis there. Artemis is our sense of independence because we're wild. That's what it is. She was the goddess of the hunt. So naturally, I don't know. Could you feel it? Do you feel that sometimes with? I don't know if you have. I don't know where you have Artemis in your chart. Ah, you have that. Okay, it's conjunct your Venus. So you like wild relationships.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Wild but natural as well. Or at least you like to relate with people in a very raw way.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. There's also curiosity to it as well. Because it's about wild things and wild animals, it also represents, like, she was also the goddess of childbirth. So she represents, she presents not necessarily pregnancy, but yeah. But it's that whole process of like reproduction, sexual drive, cycles, lunar cycles. You don't like being, when it comes to relating with people, you value, and this is literally Venus, you value rather being the chaser. You don't really like being chased. Right? Am I getting that right?
Yeah. Yeah. That
Kind
would
of.
make. Yeah.
Yeah. And it could also be that people will just like introduce themselves to you, but you don't want them to really pursue you, because it's kind of like, why are you pursuing me? I'm the huntress. Right? You like others to take initiative, especially like with the male female, like between heterosexual relationships. When men take initiative, you're okay with them taking initiative, but you don't want them to be like, they don't need to woo you, because it's like, what do you need to woo?
Exactly.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so you like that whole thing. You like, maybe you like, I don't know, but it was in the third house. So you communicate very like it has to be raw, it has to be robust, it has to be a lot of like pure energy, pure undiluted, unfiltered communication. Um, what else is there? Okay, so with Artemis there, that's fine. But that's your natal Artemis. With the Artemis that's transiting next year on August 5, it's going to bring towards like this maybe new talents, maybe maybe questioning of talents, but kind of like, huh, maybe you might get into, you might doubt it for a second, but you might work hard at it the same time. Something that's naturally physical, like a spiritual. So it could be natural talents. I don't know. Pisces. Maybe it's also, oh, okay. It could be that it's the disillusionment. There's a disillusionment that might happen. Old gifts might be like kind of discarded, and you might be replaced by new ones. Like old talent, like old abilities, old skills. It might be kind of brought forward and be like, okay, there might be new ones now. So it might be, I don't know. Have you had some sort of inkling towards natural things, like literally like farming, permaculture?
Oh yeah, I'm complete like gardening and like just like yeah, yeah.
Okay, cool.
Like
Okay,
natural, everything natural. That's what I'm about, yeah.
okay. With the Egli, I don't know how to pronounce that one. With the Egli there, it's something to do more with beauty, health and beauty. So something that is like that produces radiant beauty, natural beauty in this case. It's going to be more about natural beauty. It's going to be more about regeneration, um, transmutation of that kind of beauty. It could be even inner beauty because it's in Pisces. It's not necessarily like physical beauty. It could be, um, yeah, ethereal beauty. I don't know how to describe that, but definitely something to do with. It could be literal beauty, but more like how to use these esoteric concepts to transmute and alchemize beauty and the way we see it. So it's something crazy. It's something like out there, right? Then you also have there your transiting Nessus. I learned that as the potential for abuse, but before we conclude on what that means, I did my own research on him. The trauma. Sorry to say this, but trauma. Um, it's Yeah, so anything to do with traumatic past, uh, the potential to identify and heal it, abuse of power, specifically sexual. It deals with sexual harassment, scandals, um, karmic shadow, extreme jealousy, distrust, deep-seated distrust, profound and deep-seated just distrust, malice or malicious tendencies. Um, Because it's in the going to be in the eighth house, that's a lot of transformation towards a lot of healing from their past. So which kind of like first you have the 2028, which is like in the future. This would be next year. So more transformation towards your own path. Like first it's really about the healing. That's a strong one. Healing your inner child, healing your abuse and things you experienced when you were a child. Um, maybe gender inequality as well. Characlo represents that. Questioning that your role as not only as a woman, but as a human, but more than that, as a galactic being. Right? Because this is Pisces. We're talking Pisces. We're talking like way out there. We're not just talking like, oh, human. Oh, no, I mean all of it. Um, so things of the past, like regarding beauty, um, again, the whole like the abuse, probably not necessarily abuse, but what feels like abuse, or what feels like something that you have to let go because it is Pisces. And then the talents for that. But not to scare you or anything like that. But Artemis also deals with near death experiences. I don't know if you had a sibling, because your Artemis is conjunct Venus, it's in the third house, but third house also represents siblings. Did any of your siblings or a sibling like person go through something near death experience wise? Oh, I can't hear you. Sorry. Okay.
Oh, my brother, I think he told me that he had overdosed once or a couple of times, maybe in the past.
Okay.
Um,
Mm.
but no, nobody, not really. Just that, you know,
Mm.
he had to be Narcan back, but you know,
Mm. Mm. Okay. No, that's fine. I'm just wondering about it. I forgot to mention that Artemis is also about sports. Sports, mating rituals, yeah. But sports, sports centers, athletics, the outdoors, chastity, so therefore purity and birth control pills. That's also Artemis. I forgot why I said, and I forgot why I put here north near death experience. I believe it's just that whole risk taking idea of Artemis, and based on the mythology she had. Um, what was it? Um, because she Artemis was she supported like very no, no, that's not it. Sorry, I'm thinking about Athena. Sorry, never mind. Um, so Artemis is that part of us that goes like, why are you in my space? Right? Um, I forgot why she said why I mentioned near death experience. That could be a potential, but it's more like not natural death experience. I might have to take that out. I'm gonna put that here. Um, okay, that's fine. Um, might be that. Okay, that could be one of the things too. So yeah. So your north node is going to have those, but let's see what else is in here. North node, Nessus is there. Okay. So, but now we look into its opposition, which is the south node right here. So in the past, we did talk about this before, where you have like your visions might be, you might have been like part of like some sort of what do you call this? A victim of rumors and gossip. Um, but on the day of the nodal return, you're going to have Achilles conjunct your north node. I believe Odin will be conjunct that as well. I'm not really sure. It feels a little off, but it could be that your past life abilities of being able to, like your what do you call this? Your search for knowledge, your thirst for knowledge, really, is probably going to come through, and learning about yourself in terms of like the purpose, what changes need to come, what how can I be more natural, like how do I deal with the past lives that I've had, specifically pertaining to sort of being a gossip, being kind of powerless, being um uh the center of like ridicule or something like that. I don't know if that's the feeling you got, but that's what I'm getting. So with this right here, it's almost like it's the weakness that you felt from that. Achilles is a weak point, right? But Achilles means finding inner strength rather than physical weakness. That's kind of obvious, but right, that's why we say Achilles heel. But um, it's also about hidden weaknesses. So going deeper into the whole inside. It also could be that there's a superhero complex. Achilles represents in us the superhero in us. It wants to trust in your divinity, in your godhood, regardless of family or society or lineage. So it's a two-edged sword thing, right? So as a hero, you want to be a hero, but there's always a polarity, right? There's always a shadow to it as well. So any sort of perceived lack, that's how you go through it. It's so the superhero complex I was talking about is: are you a superhero? Are you the anti-hero? Or are you the supervillain? Which role do you play? What if it's all of the above? Right? So that's Achilles. With it transiting your south node, it's almost like maybe it probably was part of your past life as well. Odin could be also that maybe past life stuff might come through. Where you have to deal with like past life issues. I don't know. Have you ever done any past life regression stuff?
No, I want to. That's something I really want strongly.
Yeah. Yeah, I know you have the sun in your fourth house. So you're like, Cancer, yes, past, yes, I have that too. So, yeah. So in a past life, what's probably going to come up is this memory, could be a memory of some kind of like Odin. He was the seeker of knowledge. He trusted the divine. He was its divine inspiration. Um, there's so many things here about Odin. Embracing true power, basically. Integrity, the power, magic within. Lineage and ancestry might come through as well. The one that's strong here is that with Odin, he was also about he was kind of like Anubis. He was like he guided souls, I believe. He was like Mercury. He guided soul. He was a psychopomp. I don't know if a psychopomp are creatures of mythology or legends that usher or support the dead into the new life, into another life. What that really means is like your transition from one being to another. So there might be a sort of renewal there that you've had to go through in a past life and that you're going to go through again. So you might get prophetic abilities, poetic, seer, you could be I don't know, something with divination. Plant medicine, that one ties in with the whole thing right there. Plant medicine, medicinal drugs, ayahuasca, psilocybin, you name it. Could also be like, I don't know if it has something to do with meads and alcohol, but it could be something like that. I don't know, but something to do with possessions and exorcisms. So that's something to do with the spiritual thing. I don't know if you've ever seen that, like if you've ever been interested at all in it. I'm sure you have because of the Scorpio thing, but how that ties in with, you might be learning more about your past life because it's in Virgo, that you were this kind of like a seer somehow. I don't know. Right? But that's not in your birth chart. You don't have Odin here. You have Odin, it's a transiting Odin. So that means that it's part of something that is a part of you that could be coming through. And you just have to decide, how do I connect that with all these things right here? Right? So healing my inner child, healing itself, like healing my own, any sort of sexual abuse, any sort of gender abuse. I'm sorry to bring this up, but like domestic abuse, possibly, I'm not sure. Is like especially against women, or if you project onto that kind of other people, or how you feel about that. Maybe in a past life you probably, I don't see here, I don't remember what it was in the south node that you had. I remember this one though, Delphine. So like something about gossip and a lot of issues with anger and wrath, passion, things that you're passionate about. um hmm, I don't know. Let's take a look at the other. You have any questions? Sorry.
No, I'm just loving this. No, you're
Okay, cool. Okay, I see here. Yes, I remember now. You have Lamia conjunct that. So In a past life, yes, people were sucking from you, like you people like energy vampires, but also could have been like abortion, issues with pregnancy issues, like still maybe stillbirth or issues with pregnancy or stomach problems, even in the past. Not just now, but maybe that's why you have the gassiness too. I don't know. Maybe that's something to do with it. Because I don't see here. Hold on. Your moon was trying to what is degree? 4 degrees. Oh, so only to Pluto, right here. So I don't know. But that could have been also possible. In a past life, you could have also had that. You could have also had problems with the wombs because that is the moon. Um, but now you know how to work with it. But in a past life, it's probably like, holy shit! Like I can't believe this is happening. Maybe you lost a child. Maybe um, you feel it's empty there for a reason, but there needs to be something there. That's why it's gassy, right? I don't know. I had a past life. Oh, go ahead. Yeah. Oh, you're gonna say okay, okay. Sorry, I thought you were gonna say something.
Oh, no, no.
Yeah, in a I saw a past life myself. I was pregnant.
Oh,
Yeah, I was with this guy, and then he was very caring. I remember us looking at the sunset. It was like so romantic, and I was like, okay, that's a pleasant past life one. But for some reason, I died later out of like asphyxiation. Somebody was putting a pillow over me or something like that. I don't remember what it was, but maybe that's why I have problems with my lungs. Like not lungs, like I worry about it with air, oxygen. That's a thing. So
I have a fear of losing my children. I have always had a strong fear, so that could be exactly what you're saying. Yeah.
mm, mm-hmm. So it's coming up from your past life. Yeah. Um, maybe you were a servant somehow, and then your child was taken away from you, and that became part of your kind of like it's kind of destined in a way, not destined, but like the destiny like that you fulfilled. It could be self-fulfilling prophecies, or it could be externally fulfilled prophecies. Either way, Moira is the fates, but Moira represents fate, meaning like the choices we make, karma, right? Whether you chose it or not, the point is that it happened. Um, but at the same time, maybe a social sort of like a certain service that you had to provide, and you were just there. So maybe part of it that you lost your child because you had to. Like it's almost like your child became the child of the other people, and instead of your own child. Because I've seen this done before, where they like it's like I'm giving away my child. One, maybe because maybe you couldn't take care of the child, or that it was taken from you. But because we have Lamea here, this is interesting. But I see because Ganymede and Lamea kind of Lamea is very dark, but Ganymede is more about the service. Ganymede is like offering yourself to others in service, and you don't want it. It's like an unwanted type of like you know help, unwanted service, unwanted sort of servitude. Taiki is, I mentioned this before, I have to do my research on Taiki, but Taiki is fortune, right? Fortune or abundance, similar to Amathea. Um, so with the other one, so you have Odin, right? So you have Odin, you have Achilles going to be conjunct your south node, and your south node is going to be opposite of the north node, even with the nodal returns. And you have Sethos. It's heavy. Sethos is betrayal. Sethos is jealousy and betrayal. Sethos is also. I'm sure there's more to Sethos than that. Do you know this? Do you know the mythology behind Seth? Okay. Oh. I wonder what that's. Okay, let's take a look. Mm. Extremely jealous of this sort of treasure. And say, okay, no, this extremely. Oh, that's is that what it is? No. Okay, never mind. They were talking about life of Seth. Okay, here we go. He rules deserts, storms, disorder, violence, and foreigners. Ah, I remember. Okay, yeah, he rules foreigners, like knowing which foreigner to let in. It's like something to do with like creating keeping your own boundary because he was very possessive. Um, let's see here. Serpent of Chaos. He's a Set had a positive role where he accompanies Ra of his bark. I don't know what bark. Barque. Ah, it's like the boat that the Ra used. The god Ra, the sun god Ra. That's what he used. That's called the bark. Okay, to repel Apep, which is I think the serpent that eats Apep, Apepi, Apophis. Darkness and disorder. Okay. Um, the serpent of chaos. Okay. Reconciled combatant. He was the lord of the red land, so desert, where he was the bounds to Horus role, lord of the black land. Ah, okay. He was the uncle of Horus, but he also was um, I guess the anti-Horus. Uh, he's a usurper who murdered and mutilated his own brother, uh, reassembled his corpse and resurrect. Oh no, that's what ISIS did. Aset also had this issue that he was going to. What was it? He was going to. What was it? He tried to. What's that word? When you do something blasphemous with a body, when it's someone's body, they're dead.
Oh yeah, I can't.
Desecrate.
Yeah.
Desecrate. Yeah. So when he tried, he was going to desecrate uh, uh, Osiris's body, but what happened was Anubis blocked him. Anubis said he's the gatekeeper. Anubis is the god of the dead. He's the gatekeeper, and so he said he actually controlled Set. He was able to subdue him, and then what did he do? He burned his skin. Yeah, because there's like so Set has this sort of issues with jealousy, issues with power, all that stuff. So that's a part of Set. So something to do with the past life, where like maybe you might feel like you had to um, have control somehow, or at least others were controlling of you, which kind of ties in with what you probably need to go back through when it comes to your nodal return. This whole thing with people taking over, abusing you, misusing your service, your help, your kindness, because it was in Virgo. Virgo is a sign of servitude. So with Seth there, it feels like that's what your past life was. That someone was going to hurt you. Someone was, yeah, probably like a physical, like kind of threat. Probably there's a past life there that's coming through, that might come through next year. Is that next year? That is next year, right? Yeah, that is next year. Um, you might also uh, experience like the integrity, things to do with integrity, having to do with the agreements that you have from past lives, where it's going to affect you in your current life, and say, what new things do I need to what deals did I make with myself? What was my soul contract in my past lives? And then help you now, today, or at least next year. And trying to recreate that and being honest with my own creativity. Atira, remember, she was the goddess's mother goddess. So it's creativity, fertility, all that stuff. Um, so kind of like in a way, going through the abandonment stuff. Not abandonment? No, sorry. Going through the trauma of the past of someone threatening your life, and kind of becoming like this deterrent towards your own life and your own creativity, right? And coming to terms with it and feeling like, okay, well, that's the past, right? So uh, that's what else. That's something else that's coming through. Let's see what else. 'Cause that's the one. Let's see if any squares to that. Oh, okay. Here we go. So there might be challenges also next year with. Oh my goodness. Okay. Um, maybe a motherly figure who might use you and use your own gifts, because Niobe is part of this that is very, it's extreme pride in yourself, in your own progeny, specifically progeny. uh Niobe is what do you call this? Sorry, I was going to say extreme dissatisfaction. That's not it. Niobe is grief and grandiosity, right? So when you brag up something so much that eventually you lose it, because it's like, I'm better, I got this, you don't. But you also lose it at the same time. So that means that it's extreme. Um, it's almost like Niobe represents the part of us that is like that forgets or refuses to be grateful for the gifts we have. Because if you think about it, sometimes when you think about, like, some parents might think, I mean, my parents sometimes they used to think this, where it's like, oh, I've seen this, or some parents where they say, oh, I gave you life, so it's only fair that you give me children. Like, that's Niobe, because it's like Niobe is also showing off your children, something to do with that. So there might be a motherly figure, or you might be tempted to do that because there's something in you that it's like there's this kind of empty nest sort of feeling. It could be a past life thing. Actually, it is. I would say it is, right? Past life. Lamia represents emptiness syndrome. Um, so this emptiness syndrome might come through, and it's kind of like it challenges you to reawaken, right? The abuse that you had in the past is telling you, whoa, you have to go through the abuse again. You have to re-evaluate what that means, because otherwise that abuse might just come in a different form again if you don't deal with it, right? This North Node is telling you, it's like, you have to face that. You have to face all that dark stuff. Not even just dark stuff, but the things that you thought were, I can handle it, but now it's because you have Sun in Neptune, right? Sun Neptune conjunct with your Mercury. It's a very jovial, very youthful sort of energy. But the thing about Neptune is that Neptune, right here, Neptune is very escapey. Like, it says, it's easier for you. You kind of resonate a lot with that energy of, like, out there. So, but sometimes abuse becomes something that becomes so heavy that sometimes you just run away from it. And it's not about right or wrong. It's just like, how long can you run away from it, right? That's the question. It's not about, there's nothing wrong with escapism. That's not the issue. How is it going to help you in the long term? Like, your goal, your soul journey, the choices you made to go into this life in this form, to take on this body. And so, um, we did square this one right here. Issues about, the emptiness stuff. Like I said, we already saw it in your past life. Your child was taken somehow, or your children, could be either one or both. And that kind of makes you, like, remember, you have child and Characol conjunct your North Node in right here, right? Oh, that just stay there. Okay. So you have these, right? So that means that your nodal return is telling you can't heal completely unless you have some sort of change, right? Re-owning your own natural self and your ability to, I don't know what that natural self is, but basically, actually, maybe we can look into that. But all I see is that it's something to do with like the transit that's going to happen in your right here. Something to do with like if we don't accept that empty nest syndrome, instead of being this conduit for potentially helping children or being your childlike self so that you can help others be childlike, it could go either way, right? There's something to do with children. If that emptiness syndrome thing pops up, maybe it's a past, it's in it because it is a past life thing, then it might call this deter you from like really like being more in that direction towards your path if you're forward. I hope that makes sense. Because you have also have here your this one 19 say this is 17 degrees right here. Okay, so well Achilles, okay, Hera, Achilles, one okay, all of these right here. In your own chart, you have your north node anyways, square these. So what that means is like um weak jealousy was kind of a what is it? Jealousy was kind of a weakness in it kind of it would either became part of your process, the jealousy in relationships and like lust and like overindulging in relationships, like becoming it's all these right here. It's actually conjunct your it's conjunct to this cusp of your fifth house. So any sort of romantic relationships you had, they became sort of like this shadow stuff that you had to work through because part of you wanted to be free. This is Waldemath Lilith. This Waldemath Lilith is the final stage of Lilith, the Lilith process of shadow work, which is like now coming into your own, feeling a little bit more whole. Now you know how to work with it even more. You know how to shadow work works. You know how it goes like, okay, I don't need to project and point my fingers at others. I just need to, okay, I know what my weaknesses are and my strength, and they're both good, right? The Achilles here is a constant reminder for you that it's like, oh, that's what your shadow working. That's what your shadow work is about. Specifically with jealousy and control. Right here is Hera. And also like lust as well as part of that. But in this case now I believe now that you're this stage in your life that you know how to work now how to work with those energies a little bit more at least or a lot more, right? You know how to work with indulgence. That means like maybe not drinking too much, not taking too much sex, not too much any of that stuff, in the jealousy stuff, and embracing your weakness as actual strengths, all those things. Opposite of Nessus and Daphne, that's the whole thing. That's the other thing too. Like with career, you most likely you also probably experienced from bosses, maybe um, bosses that wanted you to do something, but you never felt rewarded for it, and it felt abusive because they're like just using you, or at least you didn't see that they were abusing you. You're just kind of like, and so it kind of blocked you forward. And it's like, no, I need to have my own voice. I need to have my own freedom. Remember, you have North Node. Oh, sorry, not freedom, not just freedom. Sorry, you needed. Oh yeah, it is freedom. Yeah, that's right. Your wounding was in Aries, so whatever wounding you had in terms of like your sense of freedom, your sense of autonomy, your sense of self-expression was kind of like an issue in the workplace. So in that case, because you didn't really see that, it was almost like you're doubting it, but you're like, is it? So you tended to stay with the job that you were in before, or careers that you were in where you thought they were careers, or bosses that were like, oh, they're okay, but actually they're manipulative as fuck, right? They're controlling and they're just like, they were always chasing you and using you as like a sort of like a trophy. You're like a trophy worker. But then it was never like you didn't know how to deal with it. So you just kept on going, kept on going, kept on going until you finally got sick of it and you said, you know what, I'm going to follow my own path now. I'm going to have an awakening. I'm going to do this one. And I say, fuck you. I mean, not fuck you isn't like I know what you're going through, but that's not my thing. This is my thing. So you develop your own sovereignty as you went through. So um, but again, with this one going visiting in your nodal return, things of those kind of nature are going to come back in and kind of like, what were the energies that you experienced, the experiences that you had, that help you now so that you can move forward with your path. Because, a lot of it's with jealousy, a lot of it's with the, yes, they're children, being your own childlikeness, because children are a reflection of ourselves, right? Yeah. So if you have that emptiness syndrome, it's almost like you lost a part of yourself. You lost your innocence. So now it's like when you're losing your innocence, it's almost like you're in just negative energy. It's always negative energy. Therefore, you become this succubus towards others. I'm not saying that that's what you do, but it's like it could go either way. It could be someone else doing that to you, or you could be the one doing it as well. But these are lessons. The general thing is that these are the lessons, either of the past or past life or past experiences, that are like saying, hey, here's what it is. So definitely a lot of like dealing with more like, or honoring your basic needs as well. So that's what it means. Also, you need to honor your basic needs. uh okay, we also have more here. Okay, so we have the sun, the moon there, honoring your basic needs, but also creating the necessary boundaries for those. Oh, what was that? Honoring your basic needs and also those boundaries that you need to set for yourself. That it's like, when I say boundaries, I mean like still being, balancing that wild stuff, but at the same time knowing what kind of boundaries to use, right? Um, hmm. Hubris might be part of that as well. I'm not really sure. It's not really square. Hold on. 18 degrees. No, Imhotep right here. Just Imhotep. I don't know. It's something to do with Imhotep is like Imhotep is astrology. That's how I see it. But Imhotep is mysticism. There you go. The ability to connect with the grand design and using math, so logic, the right left brain as well, being detail oriented, natural talents, something to do with poetry, the physical world, transmutation, psychology, writing, science, intelligence. It's everywhere, but it's really about mysticism. He was like this multi-talented person that was just like, he was a priest, but he was also a scientist. You see what the funny thing is? They're like, priest and scientist, what? Yeah, so yeah, with that here in about 20 degrees east for right here with Niobe and Lamea. Is there other planets? Let's see. Double check. Nope. Those are going to be kind of a challenge, like in terms of like if you analyze things probably too much, that could be Imhotep as well. If you analyze things too much, and if you become too like more carnal, or it's always just about instinct and self-preservation, and also your pride in that. Hubris is not just pride, by the way. Hubris is also mm, insolence. Yeah, irrationality, out of character, insecurity. That ties in with the Diana thing as well, because Diana would be like too like, she's like Artemis, but Diana is more about the protection and keeping my space. Um, but it's like the moon as well. Diana, Artemis, and the moon are basically the same thing, kind of same thing. Uh, on the other side of this, you have Aphrodite, 18 degrees. Aphrodite, okay. Issues with love and relationships. It's like Venus. Aphrodite is pretty much like Venus, so we don't really need to do much about Aphrodite. Although, let's see. Love on heaven and earth. So she's more about love rather than Venus is more about like self-worth, but Aphrodite is more about actual, like she's more like Taurus. She's really about desire, appreciation, aesthetics, But she's also about like vindictive love. She's like love and lust together. Selfish love, seduction, um, virility and will versus acceptance and compassion. Because Aphrodite in the myth is not like Venus. Venus was purely more about sensuality and this stuff. Aphrodite in the Greek myth, she also fought sometimes. So she's also part of that sort of fighting in a way to, I don't know what it is. It's there's a certain energy about her that's different. Mm, sex and urges, slave to sex and urges, behind the scenes love, manipulation, passive control, passive aggressiveness, sexualization or objectification of women, conditional love, me or else, love, idolatry, and worship. Sorry, I'm almost done here. Um, uh, so yeah, so those that can be like an issue, right? When you go back to your Diana self, like maybe your inner nature, like kind of like instinct and lust as well. Hybris might be part of that as well. You're analyzing it. So I don't know if this is something to do with maybe, I don't know. Not saying that you're going to come across someone new. I don't think so. But if you do, which might show up in your solar arc chart, because those are big event stuff. We talked about that, right? Um, and seeing what else though. Sure. Let's see. Okay. Um, you'll naturally know how to. I mean, this is part of your birth chart. You'll know how to. Is it 18 degrees? Yeah, 18 degrees up to. Actually, all the way to Valentine, right here. What helps you with your north node, your direction towards that, is when you persevere with relationships that become, how do you call this, the right fit for you, and particularly pertaining to like your ancestry, your family life. When you become part of that connection and you become like protective enough of it, and but at the same time you give them the feeling of like you can love life, you can be free, but at the same time you protect them. That kind of like basically blends in a lot with your path forward. Remember, because you had the asteroid child, and Characlo, that helps you with your healing as well, right? That's a natural thing for you. The ones I said earlier about the whole sort of empty nest syndrome sort of thing, that's more of a past life thing. But yes, it could also be a trigger for like, it could be a challenge because you might go through that, like issues with jealousy, issues with overthinking, pride, lust, and sexuality and sex, and all those things that kind of, I don't know, whatever it is, it's going to be that. You also have this natural ability to be able to process through what you're proud about in your family. Hybris in Cancer is about pride in family. It's like, oh, I have this connection. Clitia here is retrograde. I think we talked about this before. I remember talking about this. Clitia is unrequited love, right? So something that you work hard for, but never get any benefit from it. Like you don't get anything back. It's kind of like, what's the point? But retrograde, it's almost like this you just go for it, you keep going for it, and it keeps repeating itself, but you don't know why you're doing it. You don't know why you're doing things for your family, or specifically family that might become also like your community, or vice versa, a community that can become family. Although your cusp of your 11th house is Gemini, so that means that a lot of it is ruled by communicating. Anyways, I might end up digressing a little bit too much. So you have this natural ability to what do you call this? It comes naturally to you to experience pride in yourself, but at the same time, it's kind of like, I don't know, is it, you have questions about it. Yeah. But this trine, you have this right here. I don't know if you see it right here. This trine, it's a grand trine. It's a grand cardinal trine. Cardinal means because of the cardinal signs. Cancer. Oh, no, it's not. It's not a grand cardinal trine. It's a water trine. But it's a grand water trine. It's all water signs. So that means a lot of it is emotions. As long as you work through these emotions, you know how to process it, you know, to deal with it, the shadow work of it, all of it. It helps you move towards your, you know, uh, your your direction. I wouldn't say purpose. North Node is not purpose. Purpose is purpose. But North Node is just the path you're taking forward, right? Um, with your, what is this one right here? Penelope, 15. Okay, so Perdix except for Venus. So Perdix, Apollo, Jupiter, Penelope. I forgot Penelope. Penelope is, she's the one who's, I forgot what she's about. I think she's the one where she's like committed, like something about committed relationships or something like that. Hold on, let me double check here. Totally forgot that I didn't write much about her. Okay, she was the character in Homer's Odyssey. She was the queen of Ithaca. She was like she was the center of attention, or she got the attention of a lot of hundreds of suitors. Leps is common predatory animals. Okay, interesting. Oh, she was like, yeah, she was basically the one that was being chased by a lot of suitors. She always kept delaying the marriages. The 108 suitors apparently it says here. So basically, she's always trying to escape and trying to, you know, trick her way out of marriage because she was afraid of it or something. The slaves covers her. She can reveals it to the suitors. She's also very faithful because she wants like a really like committed marriage. Yeah. Ah, she didn't want to get married again. Ah, okay, there you go. That's what it is. So yes, there you go. Does that tie in with oh that does oh that's not it. Because it's a transiting one. Okay. So issues not issues. Things that might come about is like questions about remarrying, or at least something about. 'Cause I don't have I don't have information on her. I totally forgot. I thought I had her in my list of asteroids, but she's something to do with what I feel is like you don't want to start something new again. It's almost like not being open to love because you already have it. It's almost like you're just okay with it. I don't need something else. This is good. I'm satisfied. I believe she's like she represents faithfulness and contentment. I could be wrong. I'm not sure, but the fact that it's tied in with Apollo and Jupiter shows that contentment, optimism, and finding out what fits. Perdix is what he knows what fits. Perdix is like this technical ability to see what fits together. You know how to break things apart and put it back together. That's Perdix. So yeah, so you might be able to go through that and naturally heal any sort of pride or unrequited love, however, whatever form that takes, specifically with family. And then that also helps you move forward. So there you go. This one is fine. Oh, okay. you'll also have more, like, you'll have definitely a strong ability to uh, be more natural with your abilities, your clairs, your sight, your foresight, your visions, premonitions, all the five, whatever the clairs are. Because you naturally have that ability, anyways. But that's part of that as well. It's going. It's. I mean, it's constant for you. It's part. It helps you with your focus. It helps you with your path forward. But yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's it. That's your Saturn return, nodal return. I'm just gonna fit that one in for today. There are other two returns. They're not that important, but they can be. Um, would you have any questions? What do you feel about that?
Yeah, sure. You can go into it if you want. Is that what you meant, or
No, no,
what
no.
you
I could, but
the questions for what you were just talking about? No, I don't have
yeah.
any resonated completely.
Okay, cool. Like especially with the natal chart one that resonates with you. But now it's like now you're getting things outside of that. Um, let's see here. The progressions I wrote here are for July 5. But there's like I didn't get to focus on it. I didn't get to focus on what it is. Do you have any questions, like not just about this one, but like any general questions that you'd like to know more about? Because this one's like the big one. The soul return, nodal return, those are huge.
The July 5th one you're talking about?
Yeah, because that's the new moon.
Oh, I don't know. Well, I don't know what to ask. Like, I have no idea what that
Yeah,
means.
it's okay.
Like,
It's okay.
I'm curious.
Um,
I wouldn't know what to ask. Like, you mean
okay.
like what would I ask? Like, does it mean marriage? Does it mean career? Like, what do you mean?
Uh, hmm. Well, because usually when it comes to a question, I personally like for me, I like to ask like, um, what it's because astrology is very date sensitive.
Mm-hmm.
It's it requires usually like more like a specific date. That's how
Mm,
I think that's what I'm trying to ask. Like, because we can generalize like in terms of like marriage, like that's so general because it's like marriage when, like you see what I mean? It's like
right.
um progressions are tricky because again because it's astrology and it talks about it's kind of like when you do like a reading for someone or you do like a download or you're channeling or you're doing like divination like tarot. With astrology it's almost like when the when is so kind of yeah, it's important, it is important. So I don't know, but you're curious more about anything else like you'd like to add from for today, like with your past. I don't know. The past life thing is tricky because it's like I want to go beyond just your past life. Past life. I want to go into. Actually, you know what? Why don't we do? Hmm. Let's go into. Oh, sorry. My bad. I think I'm gonna go into the dwarf planets just themselves. Then maybe your birth chart might say that. Usually, think of the birth chart as like the point in time here in now that you're experiencing, and everything else in the future kind of layers onto it. But the moment you go into the past, it's almost like there's this sort of like gap between. So when we go into the chart of the when we go into the chart itself of your birth chart, that's the link to it, to the past.
Mm.
So I'm gonna go into your dwarf planets right here. I'm gonna see if I can actually. I know where I put it. The where you could have been. You said that though. You said Egypt was. I remember you felt that it was Egypt.
Yeah, I was told it was Egypt, and it well, like an Egyptian life. is what she said.
But they didn't specify which past that was, right?
No. Oh, I think she
Hmm.
said the last life, my last life. Or,
The
well,
most
no,
recent.
she just said you had an Egyptian life together. She didn't say which one.
Okay, I did kind of show that last time. I forgot what it was. I think it was to do with Horus. Horus was a one of your piece. One of your. Wait, let me confirm. Sorry. Repeat that again. So you're the one reading you had was not a recent lifetime, but one of them.
Yeah, she didn't say, I don't remember if she said exactly which one. I think she said it was an Egyptian life.
Okay. Yeah, that one with
I believe it was the last one because she explained that my daughter came into this life with abandonment issues because of our last life, which was an Egyptian life. Does that make sense? So it would have been the last one, I guess.
Okay, that's okay. I'm just kind of figuring out what is this for us. Wonder what was in your. Let's take a look. I'm gonna look back into your other. Okay, here we go. Because if we can look into, you said your child, so that means that we look into your fifth house. If we look into your child, like your son, you have a son and daughter, right? I, sh- I said it's like I should know that somehow. Um, no, it doesn't show me. Just wondering. Hold on one second. 10, 20. Was this reading you had an astrology reading, or was it like channeling?
It was a channeled. It was
Okay.
not astrology.
Okay. Well, you have Hera. I'm going to show the chart here. You have. We're going to go back into your natal chart, but with the other asteroids that I was working with, um, you have Hera conjunct your fifth house. So a lot of issues about like jealousy. I don't know, but this is more about your chart. But ah, your chart. What was this? Okay, so what? So this is your daughter. You said who said this
No, it was a psychic that said this about my daughter.
about your? No, yeah, yeah, but sorry about your daughter. Okay. Let's see here. See hero conjunct the opposite of Daphne. So that's jealousy and hold on a second. Sometimes the interpretation I have of like different planets when they're in certain aspects to each other, it's like, how do I do this? It's one of those things. I like to discover things on my own. Um, I usually don't like like going with other people's words. There's something weird about it. There's something like, ugh, it's not. It didn't come from a creative place. I'm just like copying it. I'm just like,
Yeah, I feel that. I know what you mean. Yeah.
yeah, there you go. So, mm, Daphne is romantic fears, psychic abilities, intuition and psychic abilities, predictions or warnings. So the opposites unattract. That's what I put in here. Absolute repulsion, rejection of advances, duty and sacrifice, escapism, denial and refusal, infatuation or horniness, hormones. Infatuation, infatuation turned love, delusion and coercion, powerlessness, devotion to purity, virginity as fear of love, magnet for unwanted partners, trickery, dependence on higher power, submission to fate or destiny, lost potential in love, reward for staying true to vocation or pursuits. Okay. It's a revelation of devotion. That's what Daphne is. It's like she's kind of like a lot of the goddesses in like Greek mythology. Artemis was like that. Um, Athena was like that. Kind of. She wasn't really about devotion. She just knew what she wanted, and she kind of like, eh, she wasn't into like romantic stuff. She's very like logic based. Everything logic. Um, yeah, they're kind of like a lot of the women in the Greek mythology were opposite of Venus or Aphrodite. Aphrodite was like, no relationships, yeah. No, the other ones were just like afraid. So Daphne was like the Artemis was like that. Okay, so Daphne opposite of Hera. In what house is it in? No, I'll go through that later. That's okay. So you said that your child's feeling of abandonment is the cause of that. Hmm. So that means that we look into the fifth house. That's your child. But we look into their issues. So then we look at the fifth house as if it's a first house. Because we're now looking into her. So this is her money. This is her communication. Third house. Fourth. Oh, okay. Oh, that explains it. Okay, so you have Chiron in retrograde. For her, that's her sense of abandonment as well. That's her experience of abandonment. Your sense of autonomy, it ties in with yours, but yours is more about focusing on it, like you transforming through it. It's part of your transformational process. You're also meant to transform through life itself. This is your path. But for her, it's her fourth house. This is your daughter's fourth house. I'm not saying that it's her chart itself. It's like saying this can show me a little bit about what she probably had experienced. So it's opposite her fourth house, therefore it's opposite her 10th house, which is not the second house for her. This is your second house, but it's her 10th house. That means career. So that means that maybe she experienced like different relationships, like sudden unexpected relationships, and she kind of was supported through it, or was it maybe had to balance that in terms of like her career, like in terms of like her relationship with her career, how she was able to solidify it and actually really be connected to her path by dealing with the wounding she had of her autonomy. I don't know. That's what I'm seeing here. Because what I'm doing here right now is what I'm doing a technique in astrology called houses within houses. So, because the fifth house is your child, it's your children, we look at it that way as your first house. I'm not sure. I'm kind of testing it out right now. So, I'm not really sure. But if it is her first house and we have Amor here, I don't have anything on Amor because I couldn't find anything on Amor. Amor is basically like ideal love. So, I don't know. Maybe she felt like she idealized that your daughter really like has ideals about love.
I'm not sure, but I would guess that she probably does just because of what she went through being raised.
Okay. Okay. Well, okay. Well, that kind of answers that. The Chiron here in her fourth house shows the abandonment thing because it's her fourth house. So she feels pain through family. So family issues she probably has through that. I don't know. So okay. Anyways. Uh-huh.
Definitely, that makes sense. I know she does have pain through the issues.
Okay. Unless you want me to go through her chart, which I mean that's up to you. Like that's under another time.
I would like to go through her chart, but yeah, we could maybe do that next time. I would love to if you're up for it next time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. So any questions pertaining to time? or more time related questions, it's usually a little better because now I can pinpoint. But what I can show you is this one. They have your Saturn return, your nodal return. Um, let me go through. Okay, I'll show you what I mean by a lot, because what I did was I had all these. Show you what I mean. So, did we do a progression chart for you? We did, right? Like how much you've changed. We did. We did one for you.
I feel like we did last time.
Oh, okay. Now let's. Oh, then let's go to the big events. Okay, so let's do this one. This one I did not. What do you call this? I did not like cram it so I can find specific spots, because this is what I usually do. I look at like all of the asteroids that I can use, and then I chart all the asteroids in one chart, whatever fits. Because unfortunately, in astro.com, the website, I can't actually put in the, what do you call this? All the asteroids in one chart. I think there's a reason why they do that, but to me, I'd like it to be like, why? I'm limited to 11 asteroids. So I'm like, why? Like, I mean, besides the one that's already there, I feel like I'm like, no, I need more. I need maybe at least 20 or something. That way I could do more. But because I'm only allowed like about 11, I have to have all these charts, but they're really the same chart of one chart. You get what I'm saying? Like it's, yeah. Okay. So here we go. So this is solar arc for July 5. Yeah, this year. Let's see here. The solar arc is usually just kind of like big events, things that happen. I'm not sure if we did talk about this, but this is for July 5. So
Here you said this year.
this year, yeah, yeah,
Yeah. Okay.
yeah, July 5, yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
I did I? Or I don't remember.
You didn't.
Okay,
No.
okay. It's probably not going to be much different from your previous solar arc. Like if you, let's say if it was today, it's not going to be that different. The moon might be different though. So let's go with the big points here. So you have any specific area in your life you have a question about for the new moon in July 5. So career? Do you see? Want to go with career? Okay.
Career. Let's go with career.
Okay, sure. So we go into the 10th house usually for that one. So naturally, this is where you have your jobs. But the thing is, I noticed about the jobs thing is that I forgot what Rockefeller. Do you know what is Rockefeller? Is that the it's like a hall? It's like a music hall, right? No, it's not. What is that?
I just know about the Rockefeller family, the Rockefellers. I don't know about the. I don't know.
Oh, I thought it was like a. Okay, never mind. Forget it. So all I see here, then we're gonna skip Rockefeller because I forgot the note. I don't.
Yeah,
Some of the asteroids. Okay.
I was thinking Rothschilds. Never mind. I don't know what Rockefeller is. Sorry.
Okay. That's fine.
Sorry.
That's okay. So your jobs, the jobs you took, was kind of like in opposition to your Neptune, Sun, Mercury. You know, your jovial, you're like open, sort of like very cathartic, sort of like out there kind of self, your identity. You're definitely. Oh, that's a big one. You have Pluto. You have Pluto's conjunct that. Why is Pluto there? That's strange. Solar arc direction 2024. Oh, sorry. I'm thinking it's like transit. I'm like, no, it's not a transit. Sorry. What am I doing? A transit is like the real planets right now. Like whatever transit is right now, that's where the planets are. But with this solar arc, it means that with the sun's movement, wherever it went, every other planet moves in the same exact degree. Like these are degrees, right? This right here, that's a degree, that's a degree. You've already probably noticed that. So you're what it means for you with this, because it's a solar arc card, it's not about like internal perception of the changes. It's not like a, it's not what you call secondary progressions. Don't worry, it's a big one. Don't worry about it. But what I'm seeing here is that, were you going through, I think you were going through maybe a new relationship? Like you did, right? Or something, like you were introduced to one, or you met someone, you not necessarily meet, but like you talked to them.
When?
I don't
Like
know. Probably earlier, because you're now your sun here is in Capricorn, or rather, it's in your fifth house. So that means something to do with romantic relationships, or at least um, knowing of something like a new, maybe a new boss, or like not necessarily a new boss, like communication with an authority figure has become easier. Not sure. But this is the fifth house, so that means like anything fun. It could be anything new that you got into, anything sort of recreational, fun, some sort of sport that you kind of got into. Not now, but before, earlier on, maybe a few years ago or a few months ago, maybe.
uh, just starting to exercise again, I guess. Really would be
Okay.
all I think of.
Okay. Yeah.
Like, doing it regularly, like walks in the mornings and stuff. That's all I can
Mm-hmm.
really think of. So,
Okay. Okay.
yeah.
What else? Hmm. So, yeah, just sun rules like authority figures. It rules. There's something specific about it. One second. Sun rules. Oh, fathers, of course, of course. Games. Yellow apparel, articles of value, jewelry. Men in general. Um, progress, energy, mm, nobility, a sense of nobility. Okay, that's experience. Um, uh, maybe like a feeling of like pompousness. I don't want to, psychophantism, capacity for experience, something like that. Being maybe new creative things. Maybe you got into something more creative writing a few years ago. Could be with that as well. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, that's creative writing. Sorry. Okay. Cool. What about like this one is relationships for sure. That one. Something, but this is something I would say that's been happening for a while. You got into a relationship, a new person came into your life, not necessarily a relationship, but like someone new. Maybe like from the workplace, someone from your career. That's Capricorn.
Yeah. My workplace, I've made new friends, a new friend or two there, a couple
Okay.
of friends.
Okay. Yeah. This is where you built your education from, though. It's from children, your relationships, your romantic relationships, creativity. This is where your academic life is. Academia. This is the asteroid academia, which means serious studies, basically. But that's your natal chart. That's your placement there. That means that it's your general overall experience. Your solar arc is the event itself. Yeah, but in this case, yeah. So relationships. I don't know. Maybe it could be like serious, something serious. It could be long-term friendships or long. I don't know. Are you seeing any? Are you? Sounds so weird for me to ask. I'm like, it can't come from me. I'm like, um, wrong gender. Sorry, sorry. But but are you seeing anyone? Like, do you feel like you got into or
No,
like?
no, I'm not. I haven't been looking for a relationship, so I've
Yes.
not. I've not even let the door open right now.
Yeah,
Should,
I remember I
yeah.
remember some of your placements. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, that's totally fine. Yeah,
So
but
does that mean there's one that is wanting to come in or something, or
I think so. Yeah.
and I'm like
Mhm.
pushing it away kind of thing, possibly, or
Let's take a look. Yeah, yeah, you have Saturn there. You have Saturn like opposite of the Venus, so it's like kind of like yeah, it's not retrograde. So that means that there's a sort of a block. You have to make choices. You kind of have to kind of to put it together. Is this the person that you're going to be committed to? Is this person like long term? You know, it doesn't have to be necessarily like relationship. It could be just like a long term romantic affair. Because it's not really the seventh house. We're not looking at the seventh house. The seventh house is like marriage. Okay, so it doesn't have to be marriage. It could be like love affair. Yeah. Yeah. The good thing you asked that. There's like right on. You were like ahead of me. I was like, okay, awesome.
so
But there are. Sorry.
does that mean that if I don't like do something about this, I'm going to miss that opportunity?
Well, here's the thing. There. It's funny how you said that.
Uh,
Jupiter is going to be. Jupiter is already here, like in the solar arc. Again, this is not a transit, so it's not real. But it's showing that the Jupiter is now transiting, or that's right. It's like basically into your fifth house, so opportunities are gonna happen. So maybe you miss one thing. That's fine. I think it's okay, but it's more like if you're Jupiter, because this one's now leaving. It's now like not conjunct academia, but Jupiter eventually, as your sun moves, as you get older, your Jupiter will be here somewhere soon. Yeah, I would say somewhere soon. So hold on. Today is so the July 5 is next month. So that's about 30 days away. So 31, 2, 3. No. No, because this is a year. The sun moves 1 degree 1 year. That means that when your sun moves, where's the sun right here? Right here. Oh, I can't see it. Sorry, I'm blind. Oh, okay. 18, 18, 19. So 1, 2. No, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. In about 7 years. In about 7 years, someone like an opportunity might arise where you meet someone in your academic circle. Not necessarily academia, but like your sense of belief, where you have your education from. Someone in that field. I don't know. The same. It could be in an academic setting. It doesn't have to be that you go there. It just means that you might. I don't know. This is we're now talking. This is predictive astrology now. We're doing predictive astrology. I'm like, ooh, I've never really done this before. I have a little bit, but I've dabbled in it. So, um, definitely like huge transformational changes with your ego is coming through. So you are experiencing ego. You might experience a lot of, at least for the next, let's see, 6, maybe 4 to 6 years. Oh, that's actually good timing. 2024 to 2028 is apparently the 4 years where humanity is going to go through this huge shift of like, I don't know if you've ever heard about that recently.
oh,
It's the
I have.
Yeah. So that ties in with your Pluto. Unfortunately, not unfortunately, but it's a good thing. Like ego death is going to come through. Yeah. I'm putting a smile on my face because I go through that all the time.
Yeah. And this is next month you're talking about?
Yes. Well, not necessarily starting next month. I think it's been happening.
Yeah,
So
it happened. Oh yeah.
yeah.
Oh yeah.
Actually this is not going to be just the next month. It's going to be the next 4 years, because every planet aside from the sun is moving with that degree of the sun. That's what a solar arc chart does. So it's easier to predict how many years this might last.
Mm.
You already have Uranus here, square your Neptune. So that means that as you embody more of this identification with this, well, as you probably go through the ego sort of death for the next 4 years, you also go through unexpected transformation with your own um, transcendence, your desire to transcend. That's Neptune. So any illusions might come apart, and many illusions, any sort of like disbeliefs that you have, any old beliefs might be like shattered, completely shattered, like unexpectedly. You're going through that though, aren't you?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Ish. Let's see here. Ah, your issues with past life is coming through. That's why you're talking to me. I think that's why you. That's why. Yeah. Because now I'm bringing past lives. You're getting. You might be starting. You might start to even in the next year. Might start get to be more interested in actual past life, like a past life reading, past life regression, hypnosis, whatever. Yeah.
Wow. Yeah, that's exactly what I want to do is learn QHHT hypnosis, past life. That's
Awesome.
my next big thing. Yes.
Okay. Awesome. Because that means that it'll pull you towards your north node. Your north node now is conjunct your MC, so that means it's definitely path towards your career that you're heading towards. But your past life needs to be addressed in order for you to embrace your new life.
Mm.
Yeah. So that's what I'm seeing. But past life regarding like trauma for sure, because it's a Scorpio, and your north node is by simplicity. It actually ties in with your childlike thing. The child, remember in your natal chart, you have child Asharko, and in the next, I don't know what's transiting right now. Oh, well, actually, I do. No, this is July 5. On that day, there's nothing transiting your north node. This is not transit though. I keep forgetting. Sorry, this is not transit. So, you know what? I'm gonna look into. I don't know. Sorry, I'm digressing. It's okay. It's okay. I'm not looking at transit. I need to focus on. I need to focus on this. That's one of my challenges. I need to focus. um. Oh, do you? Are you getting? You're getting money from things that are foreign?
Not yet. I hope I will. But no,
Okay.
no.
It feels like there's something about banking, something to do with saving and earning money, banks pertaining to like. Oh, okay. It could just be that you're earning money through your abilities now, right? You actually do like when you do readings. Do you have clients?
No, I don't do anything like that yet. Uh-uh.
Okay, okay. There's something about the banks here, something with foreign stuff. I don't know. Hmm.
Wow.
Interesting.
So like I could do something like that, like I'm making extra money, like doing.
I don't know. Yeah, something to do with like I'm gonna say all of it. Big
Oh,
business. Oh, okay. Well, there's a big business. Okay, this one, FTP. Okay, that's one. But yeah, banks doesn't necessarily mean that you're earning it, but it could be. I would say something to do with because we're talking about banks. We're literally talking like banks. So money that holds, something that holds your money. It's literal. These these what you call like these career asteroids are literal.
wow.
So, but something to do with foreign stuff. So maybe not necessarily like banks like money storage, but like storage of your education, storage of learning, educational. Does that make sense?
Oh yeah, yeah. I understand
Okay.
that.
Okay. So there you go. And that has been happening for the past 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, about 10, 11 years.
Wow.
Yeah. Does that does that kind of resonate? Like I feel like have you amassed a lot of knowledge and experience?
Oh, knowledge, yeah. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. I'm sorry. I was
Uh-huh.
thinking money. Yes, yes, that
Sure,
totally
that's true
complete.
too. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Cool. This is destiny. This isn't actual destiny, but like the feeling of destiny itself is tied to your career, your vocation. specifically like your knowing, your knowledge of the ego itself, the knowledge of like where you've been and where you're going. That's a general thing I can say about that one. Your also your understanding of it, which is Gemini. Hmm. There's something else. Hmm. Something to do also with like your like where you are now. Something to do with short-term travel. I don't know. Literature. Okay, so literature and writing. Okay, that's one. So currently you've been doing that for the past 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, about 7 years. Have you been writing for about 7 years now? 6, 7 years?
Yeah,
Okay, awesome. Okay, there you go.
yeah, a lot of
um, yeah. Chiron has been also a thing that's important. You've been working through integrating yourself, your past, your trauma into your present life. At the very least, career wise, for the past, I don't know, 13 years, right? 13, 14, maybe. Um, and yeah, so you have the Saturn here, opposite of the Venus right here. But Saturn here in your 11th house means that it's something you're taking seriously. At least communities now are something you're taking seriously. And that's probably what's going to be the opposite of your Venus, which is if you take your community seriously, it's almost like pushing it leading you towards it might lead towards like something where it's distant. So that way it's become more like this business thing. Like I have a transaction with you. Okay, this is what it is, and this is what it is. But the relationships here is looking for more connections even though it has to be serious, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's like lack of emotion, right? Yeah. So your midheaven. So now your career is a little bit more focused on towards the your communities, but it's actually Trine Enterprise or is it Enterprise? What I'm not sure I understand enterprise, but something that you go for, I believe, is something to do with going for something. Um, Midas. I just did this recently. But you have Jupiter conjunct Midas. Oh, jobs conjunct Midas. So maybe jobs that where you feel you have this golden touch in. And it's probably I don't know if you've been realizing that, but it's like it's in the it's gonna in about 2, 3 years it's gonna exit your 11th house. That means communities are something where you um yeah you what do you call this? Let me go back into the Midas here. I did my research on Midas. Satisfaction with wealth. Okay. So the thing with Midas is that he has a golden touch because the golden touch represents the ability to take something and alchemize it so that it's not necessarily like whether it's poor or rich, it depends on your perception of it. If you're satisfied with your wealth and what you already have, it can be your own wealth, your own source of wealth. For you, it's like community is your own source of wealth. Um, and that's where it becomes that golden touch, right? And this kind of ties in with the jobs. Maybe you've gotten references through communities. At least you've been getting it from communities for the past, I don't know, 15 years, right? Because it says here 15, like going 5, 10, 20, 30. Oh no, 30 years. So that's been a while. 5, 10. Yeah, this is 10 degrees here, and this is another 10 degrees here. We're talking about the size of your right here, the 11th house. That's what I'm going with. So that's how long it's been. At least that's what I'm estimating. So yeah. Fame is just something you dream of naturally. It's almost like in your dreams. I don't know if you've ever had that, but it's not important because you don't really. Fame is like fame. Um, So, but anyway, so we did answer the career thing, which was the 10th house. But ruling the 10th house would be right here. So Venus would be the ruling planet for this because it's in your Taurus rules your 10th house, not just natally, but that's also where the solar arc is going. So in this case, what's important is your working through all the wounding, which ties into exactly what we've been talking about this whole time. That's your main focus. Let's see what else. You have Venus there. Let's see what ties in with Venus because that rules your 10th house. We're going to look at the 10th house and Venus as well. Oh, did I miss that one? Finding your bliss. Okay. There we go. Finding your bliss in relationships. That's important. Like real relationships, like real connections.
Well, that sounds good. I like that.
Mm-hmm. So, but I believe that that's what's been happening. Let's see if there's something. Okay, here we go. You have Sedna. Gradually learning to let go of any sort of, I guess, a certain expectation of people you meet, especially in communities, because that's opposite of Venus. And that's how you will come across real relationships, right? And you kind of bridge that. And then that in turn is reflected. That's where it's going to be reflected into your relationships, how your career path is going to be. When you work through those woundings, your career path is going to, I would say, at the very least, blossom a little bit more because it's going to take a while. It is an Earth sign. It's an Earth sign, so that means it's going to take a while. But Venus rules Taurus, so that's why we looked into Venus. And Venus was conjunct. It's conjunct Ixion. So this is for July 5. Yeah, July 5. Yeah. Let's see what else. Sedna is there to let go of it gradually and learn to be accepting. What else? Nope, nothing else. Unless you find well, you got the Icarus there, so risk taking, and it's part of the process that you go through. Like meaning it's in your natal chart, so that means that you tended to be quite like risk taking with relationships back then, right? Yeah. Narcissus. Yeah. Narcissus here is showing me that it's like part of you wants to have a relationship, or at least you're experiencing a relationship where it's like you still need to work on yourself. Like it's almost like, have I really loved myself more? Okay. So we have Sedna, Lucifer, Phaethon, conjunction in stellium. So learning to realize that there are some things that you just can't control. And Phaethon is like, it's all allowing for that risk to happen and allowing for yourself to say, okay, I'm going to stick with it, face the fears, and still remain sovereign in my own desires and what I want, and being honest with that in a relationship. So embracing both that self and your narcissist self and risk taking it. And at the same time, so that's how you, in a way, that's kind of how like you can magnetize these relationships. Not necessarily a love relationship, but usually, yes, that's what it is. But in general relationships, because we're talking 11th and 5th house stuff, those are the manifestations of what this is saying here. Your career will move forward once you accept that it's like, you have your own thing, I have my own thing. Right? But the focus is more on it's really self-development. That's what's ringing to me right now. And sometimes it's okay to embrace the fact that it's like either you've forgotten relationships or that you feel maybe left out, that you've forgotten. Echo is about forgotten things. It's not just about mimicry or repetition, but it could be as well that you continue to experience these relationships. That's just like it's the same relationship like last time, like last time, like last time, like last time, like last time. It's kind of like, ugh, okay. But then, learning to be okay with that and forgiving that. Remember, they had Sedna here, you had Phaethon Lucifer right here in this placement in the other chart. So being okay with the fact that it's like, oh, it's the same relationship as before, or it's the same person that I've met before. Not necessarily a relationship again, right? So, let's see. Adrastio, a social, maybe in this case, like social responsibility, or at least with your responsibility to your children, maybe you feel that that's why maybe relationships aren't that thing anymore. It's like, forget it, right? Because you're responsible to your children. I don't know. Do you feel that? You still feel that sometimes?
Yeah, I do.
Mm.
Yeah.
Okay. What else? Hephaestus. Okay, yes, it's working through it. It's really just working through it. I think that's what you're going through right now, anyways. I mean, this is a solar arc, right? So it's not a transit. It's you probably have to, yeah, your sense of worth in terms of like something to prove specifically to family is also going to be a thing. Oh, this is a big one right here. Your hidden talents are coming up, specifically with like how you relate with people and how you get what you get from relationship and like learning to see what those relationship mean for you, both in a technical and a structured way, but also like it could also mean that you are building a relationship with your own inner witch, your own inner. I'm not going to say astrologer, but kind of it could be. There's a potential for it to be like both something to do with witchcraft and astrology. So yeah, but witches can do. You can. There's no reason why you can't do astrology as a witch too. So it doesn't matter. Uh, um, and then last chart here, Artemis. Oh, here we go. Artemis. Okay, so independence, right? Your inner wild child, your wild self. We already kind of talked about that. That's what you're going through. So anyway, so it ties in back to your 10th house, which is your career. Um, yeah, that's that. That's the career thing. So I hope that clarifies things. And it kind of tied in with the relationships too, because it's your 5th house. The 7th house is also relationship, but that's like marriage. We're not really going to go into that one because we're not talking about marriage. We're talking about relationships in general, which is the 5th and 11th house, basically. So,
Okay.
yeah. Yeah. But these are big events. So I don't know, something happening, whatever is happening right now. Maybe there's a kind of an, in a way, do you feel some sort of limitations in communities right now? Do you feel like there's some sort of like roadblock or lessons that you have to learn?
Yes. Yes, I do.
Okay. Yeah.
Very
But
right. Yeah.
yeah. And maybe balancing like your money management and how you manage money. Because that's also money, right? And Saturn is physical things. So it could also be like, yeah, those kind of things. Things that pertain to formulating ideas or formulating ideas. It's in the last few degrees of Gemini. So formulating ideas, coming up with substantial knowledge, things that you can use, practical knowledge. What else? Traditions. I don't know if you're going back to anything traditional. I don't know if do you do that? Are you doing that at all? Anything?
Uh, you mean like things that maybe I used to do, or?
Or things that are new to you but are traditional?
Yeah. Nothing that I can think of right now.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
Could be like anything related to uh, old age stuff. What about dark? Anything dark? That's interesting. Anything structured? Wool. That's interesting. Wool. Heavy materials. Agricultural stuff. Wheelbarrows. That's interesting. Farmhouses, buildings, something to do with the cold. Something to do with the cold. I don't know. Mm, or at the very least, because it's in the fifth house. Oh, sorry, it's in the 11th house. So it's still abstract though. But yeah, so I would say a structured community. That's probably what I'm seeing here. Let's see. 11th house, structured community. Law enforcement, management, population evidence. Hmm. Did any of those? Okay, I'm just going to say some of them. Like local law enforcement, that's more of a career thing. Minor executives, more employees. Elderly population. Are you talking to a lot of older people and communities? Have you been doing that at least for 10 years?
Yeah, I guess. Well, I mean, I had jobs that I was doing that with.
Mm-hmm. Ah,
You know.
yeah. Yeah, because the 11th house is, I forgot to mention, 11th house is also the money you earn from your employer.
Oh. Oh,
Uh-huh.
okay. Yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Mm, things that like are forming, things where you have to build something and form it. It could be like pottery, it could be, but because it's in Gemini, yeah, the writing thing is the one that comes to mind. It's the writing thing. Have you thought about script writing? Have you ever thought about that? I don't know, script writing, something. Oh, I don't know.
I want to write a book if that means
Yeah,
anything.
that's fine. Yeah, because you're solidifying it too. Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's right. Uh, okay, let's see what it has. Any aspects to that? Opposite of, okay. No, let's go to square. Square to your midheaven. Sorry, that's 15 degrees. That means we go 15 degrees Aquarius, 15 degrees Leo, 15 degrees Aquarius, 15. Ah, okay. Well, this is just in your own chart. Hmm. Do you find that you still have like ideas that you want to express and that there's kind of like downloads, but sometimes it's hard to express them into your career? Like it's hard to kind of formulate it?
Yes, that's exactly what I'm going through right now with
Okay.
NFTP and yeah,
Okay.
exactly.
Okay. And your decisions that you have to make through it. But sometimes I feel like you have to risk that
Mm.
because your Pholus is opposite your ascendant, but it's not opposite Pholus. I mean, it's not opposite Makamake. So, yeah, I know you're. That's okay. Never mind. With that. Okay, now let's go to this one. 15 degrees Leo from Aquarius. Nope. Hmm. Do you have anything to do with beauty? Do you have any sort of challenges with beauty, like in terms of presentation?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. There you go.
Yes, I do.
Okay. So you still go through that. Ah, okay. I have Psyche Hera. So Psyche here is basically it's kind of like unconditional love, but Psyche is double check here. Soul love, intense connections, co-creation. So maybe it's not necessarily mean like it's human, right? Could it be like an actual like unconditional soul, because it's all about soul desire. Psyche was the lover of Eros, and she was the one who had this like it was like this sort of like she wasn't even into him, but she accepted it. I forgot what the story was, but a lot of her stuff is a lot to do with like yeah unconditional love, but she also concealed her humility, sorry, because she was kind of going through this self pity sort of thing. Um, but she has a lot of she's blessed with purity and grace. Uh, because it's in your sixth house, um, and that squares your 15 degrees here. It squares that square to this one. Yeah, a lot of jealousy, possibly. Like, do you feel like coworkers have expressed jealousy or people you work with?
Yes, in my past, I've dealt with that most of my life, but
Okay.
so much now I don't feel like. But
Okay.
yeah,
Okay. Well, you have where's Hera? I thought I finished Hera. No. Or maybe I just okay, hold on one second here. I thought I had Hera. No. Maybe that was Juno. I type in Juno. Oh, that's wrong chart. Sorry. One second here. Okay, here we go. So she deals with a lot with jealousy, family obligations, inner child parent shadow, manipulation to seek control, possessiveness, self-righteousness, schemes, projection onto children. Ooh, sorry. Um, weddings, trials and tribulations, stubbornness, the promise of forever. She's the darker side of Juno. It's not just about commitment, but it's like it's resentment of those commitments. So you probably go through that specifically like with your health, and that in itself will well the anger stuff. Well, here you have this. The anger stuff, the emotions, the nurturing, the parent child, oh who nurtures me? Who's gonna take care of me? Am I taking care of you? So um and that kind of unconditional acceptance, not only from others but for coworkers, but pertain directly to how you maintain your health. Um, let's see here. I'm going to go deep into Hera in terms of medically speaking. So bones, neural circuits, neural cells, genes, neurotransmitters. Are you experiencing anything to do with something to do with bones? I'm not sure. Neural circuits, like the do you have you lost any brain cells? Sorry.
I'm sure I've lost brain cells. I used to be a drug addict about 14 years ago. I'm sure that did some damage. And then because of that, my jawbone is all messed up. I got in an accident, so my jawbone is forever messed up. It destroyed my face. Yeah, so I do have issues with bone.
Oh. Okay, so it is the bone. Okay. Well, you
And
said
plus,
jawbone, right?
yeah, plus my hip replacements, I got full on hip replacements, so that went into my thigh bones. I don't know, my hip bones and all
Was
that.
was that like about 12 years ago?
My face was 14 years ago. My hip
Right here.
were 7 years ago.
Your hip was 7 years ago.
Yeah, about seven.
That's
But
interesting.
oh, no,
So I
my
mean,
hips.
sorry.
Sorry, my hips were about 5 years ago. That's right. And then my face was 14 years ago.
Okay, I'm not sure where that is then. If it was 5 years ago,
Yeah, in 2019. That's funny you ask if I lost brain cells. Yes, I definitely did.
sorry, I don't mean like in a way that's like, I'm just saying as an actual fact because that's
Yeah.
um I'll take a look here. Got Sisyphus, Ate, Sethos. Sethos could be skin. I'm not sure about that, but Ate is.
My phone's gonna die. I had to turn it the other way. I hope that doesn't mess anything up.
Nope, that's okay. Those are almost done here. Second. I can't find Ate. Oh, okay. If I go into Lucifer, I'll be able to find her. Okay. Ate is insecurities and lack, but physically speaking, or medical astrology wise, um, she's about abandoned children, feral children, rebels, child or teenage delinquents or delinquency, anti-authoritarianism and anti-order, outcasts and runaways, excommunications or banishments, stray animals, treasons. So something along those lines of like actual like abandonment and rebelliousness tied together, but pertaining to like children, I would say. Or it could be you, it could be someone you know, but on a physical level, let's take a look. Autonomic nervous system, the muscles. Okay, that one doesn't tie in with that. Hemodilution, hypothermia, acidemia. I don't know where I got that from. Pretty sure something to do with that. Cells, DNA. Um, I'll have to do more research on that. Let's see her. You said 5 years ago, so that's not her. Sisyphus could be the bone thing as well, because Sisyphus is right there. Sisyphus is like about 10 degrees. It's conjunct Ate. It's like right beside it. I bet you I'm gonna see bone somewhere here. Because when I do my research, it just goes da 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 da. It just keeps coming. Okay. HeLa cells, embryonic cells, stem cells, subconscious area of the brain. Oh, that's it? Oh, interesting. The HeLa cells are the I think there's something that they create they're part of the you know what? I'm not gonna guess. Let me see here. The immortalized line of the cell. It's an immortalized cell line. It is the oldest human cell line and one of the most commonly used. So, okay, because what happened with Sisyphus is his punishment was he kept pushing the rock up the mountain, right? So that ties in with immortality or like eternal, something lasts to last long. HeLa cell is the one that came to mind. So I don't know if that's something to do with your experience there. Let's go with Sethos. Let's go back to Sethos. I had here. Apparently, Sethos also had a lot to do with cabbage. Oh, here we go. Okay. He's represented by certain animals like wild dogs, hyenas, donkeys, jackals, pigs, antelopes, giraffes, and the fennec fox. But they have downward curving snouts. So something to do with snouts, the ears, that you know that you know how we used to have tails, but we don't have tails anymore.
Yeah.
That end of the hair, that part of the body, I would say. I don't know what else to say. Convex horse. He is represented by like a dog animal. He carries the ankh. He carries a staff. Okay, that's not gonna help. Oh, here you go. Set mutilation signifies a loss of virility and strength. Here we go. That's the physical one. So like weakness, like have you felt like low energy?
Yeah, very much so.
Okay, there you go. That's Sethos. Now I get it. Okay, there you go. So, okay. So it really ties in, right? The mythology and the descriptions tie in exactly what's going on here. And it ties in with our lives. I don't know how that works, but I'm pretty sure there's a connection with all the bodies in the universe and everything, and our development as humans, our evolution life after life, incarnation after incarnation, galaxy after galaxy. It's interesting. It's like, okay, so.
Well, you're saying I'm supposed to be feeling low energy right now. It's in my chart.
No, it's not supposed to, but there's a potential for it. That's usually
Oh,
what it means. Yeah. That means that when these things happen, there's something about these energies that are around us, or that's also part of us inside, that if we don't adhere to it, if we're not awakened to it, like just like Uranus, for example. Uranus is a simple example. People get shocked by the Uranian energy if they're not present.
right.
Yes, that's what I noticed about Uranus. If you're present with it, you'll still get the shock. It's like saying, like, you can't get rid of light anymore. You can anymore. You can't get rid of it any more than you can with darkness. It's just there. Both are there. But how we react to it also coincides with our physical reactions to it. Everything is connected. So therefore, the light and dark might be there, but if it has no effect on us because we're present, there you go.
Hmm.
So I think that's the key there. So I don't know. So, yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. So there's that. So how that affects your you still have okay, well you have you definitely still have shadow work, and you have to work through your weakness, any sort of weakness, weakness. I don't see weakness as a weakness, but yeah, but weakness is a good thing because that means you get to relax, you get to take it easy, you don't have to push things so hard. So that those things can be in conflict with your career path. But remember, career is not purpose. Career is not destiny. It's just earthly stuff, right? Um, I think that's it for the squares. Did I see anything in Leo here? Here, here. Nope, nope. So there's that. So yeah, the career stuff. So yeah. Okay. Well, any thoughts that come? Anything that comes to mind? Any other?
Not right now. I can't think of anything. I
Okay,
think my
not a problem.
weird though. I can't
Sorry.
really think of anything. I said I can't really think of anything right now. I think my brain's pretty tired.
Yeah, it's okay. Yeah, it's pretty. But you'll get to go through this anyways. Like I'll be recording it. It'll be in the on YouTube.
Okay.
Yeah. So yeah, good. Yeah, we can definitely go through more. Like I don't know, like because usually when I talk to Brenda, what happens is that we kind of have this sort of thing that we got have. It's been going on for months now, where we just kind of share ideas and insights. So I don't know if you ever want to do that, you can, and just share like what you discover, any sort of like anything that you want to share. That's especially even like if you do you do you ever practice like your channeling?
Um, I I don't know. Well, I mean, it just kind of happens. It just kind of
Oh,
happens. I don't really know how to practice it. I just kind of like it'll just happen. I can't explain it. So,
okay. It kind of
yeah,
happens. I'm wondering if your horse.
I do need to learn how to like really like lay a foundation of doing it. I'm still
Hmm,
pretty new to realizing that that's what's been happening to me is channeling and downloads and all that. Yeah.
yeah, and because I saw Chiron in your 10th house, and it was just like to me that wasn't really about channeling. If I saw Horus or Daphne, Delphine, um, who are the others? Oracles. Themis. If I saw Themis in your 10th house, that means that you're focusing on that. Actually, let me go back to the charts that I had here. Let me see if I can find Themis. I don't need to share the screen though. Okay, I'm just gonna look through it. This is Themis is what is Themis under? I forgot what she's under. Actually, no, I'm gonna go to the astro.com website. I'm gonna go to you here.
Would you mind if I took 1 minute and went to the restroom? I'm
Yeah,
dying.
yeah.
I
Yeah.
promise.
Oh, don't hold it in. Next time, just go. Just go.
Thank you. I'll be right back.
Yeah, no problem. No problem.
Thank you.
No problem. That's fine. Okay. Not Themis. I think it was Thetis. Yeah, Tortoise shamanism. So that's not Themis. It's Thetis. And then you have Horus. I'm going to look into one specific chart. And I'm going to share the screen. Actually, I'm going to show you how I do it because it's on. Oops. Here we go. So I'm okay. Let's see. Let's see if I can type in seer, and then what comes up should be. Oh, Moira is also seer. That's right. Your past life, you were a seer. I remember that. Odin is also a seer. What else here? Seer, Odin. Yeah. The one, what's this one here? Imara, and then what is this? Seer, Fortune. Themis, yeah. And then we have Odin. Okay, and then we have Shaman. Have you ever been drawn to shamanism?
Yes, I'm drawn to shamans. I went to one once and it was amazing.
Okay, so maybe let's go into Midas. Midas is also shaman. Mystic healer. Coronis is also. I just want to get a more in-depth look at one specific chart. There's literally my intention is just one chart. So I'm gonna okay, angel is also that. But angel is pretty much all of them. Any sort of channeling. Let's see here. Yes. Sednai. Really interesting. Why is she shaman? Oh, because of the Inuit culture. Got it. Shamaness. Who is this one? Oh, Lilith. Okay, of course. And this other one. Oh, LA. There are some asteroids where there's designated number, the astronomy designated number. I remember them. Most of them I don't because there's so many. Obviously. Okay. Let's Thetis. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's Thetis. Oh, I guess it's also Themis. That's weird. Okay, so okay, yeah. So the Lilith thing right here. It's not just shadow work, but that could also be like downloads, the shaman stuff. Midas is there too. So, but in through communities probably. Wondering if you ever, maybe not necessarily shaman, but like alchemy Midas, because I believe alchemy is something to do with alchemy as well. Have you ever, have you ever tapped on? Oh, you have Thetis here, opposite of Midas. Ah, something you dabble in, probably, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, right here. And you have Horus too. You're dabbling into your clairs. And you have
Yep.
Angel here. You have so many placements where you like. First of all, it's more like having fun with it. You're going through communities, having fun with it. Angel is there. You have Coronis there. Coar. Holy shit. Okay, and it's part of your family history as well. I don't know. Do you have ancestors that were kind of like that? Shamans, seers, witches, prophets, sorcerers, whatever. You have it in your ancestry here, fourth house.
Oh, wow. I don't know. I'd be so interested in finding out. I don't
Okay.
know.
So I feel like there is. There's something to do with like your ancestry.
Hmm.
Yeah. Something
Interesting.
similar to any sort of form of channeling, either direct channeling or divination. I don't know if
Hmm.
someone in your family did that.
Oh, I don't either. I wouldn't be surprised though if they did. I'd love to find out. I hope I do. Yeah.
Okay. I'm gonna break this down. I'm gonna go with this one, and I'm gonna go into another window with that one, and I'm gonna change the list here so we can see two charts at the same time. And I'm gonna type in. Oh crap! Go back to that. What was the last one I typed in? Oh, panacea. I was trying to type in panacea, but panacea is quick fix. Uh, but Hecate and Circe are the ones that are more about witchcraft. If I see Circe or Hecate in your fourth house, that means it's definitely part of your ancestry.
Ooh.
Let's take a look. Yep, yep.
Wow. Really?
It,
That's
it's not part of you directly from you, but Circe could be signifying that too, that you're learning about it. But because you have this, it's a solar arc chart right now, so that means that you're learning through it for sure, as if it were you part of your ancestry. And I wouldn't be surprised if someone in your ancestral line went through that. Yeah. So you see, you're tapping into it. Circe right here. So you got Cronus. You have so many like all of these asteroids that show me you went through that. It's because you have it in this chart right here, right? Horus. It's in your fifth house. Thetis is in your natal. So that means you're all working. You're really, really drawn to it. Yeah. Horus is more like your natural abilities, actually. Although Coronis is conjunct your IC. No, it's not conjunct. Oh, okay. Anyways, you're learning from it. You're learning that you have these like undiscovered skills. Um, yeah. But I like the fact that I'm seeing here Moira conjunct Horus, meaning Moira is something you're recently going into, but you naturally have this ability. Anyways, Horus, you have these, the clairs. So, but I don't know if I told you about the clairs, like in terms of like what part it is. Mm, definitely to do with like your hands. Oh yeah, we did talk about that. Yeah, your hands. Something to do with your hands, your heart. You sense it in here, maybe.
hmm
Um, I don't know if you ever get into too much. Like, if you were to do any sort of like really like long term like reading, like downloads, that you might get headaches. Depends,
Oh,
but your sun is not in Leo, so I don't think so. You might get like you have a lot of energy stored up. So I don't think you would get headaches. No.
I
But
have gotten headaches before after downloads. I feel like I've gotten headaches.
okay, so you doubt. Oh, okay, so you
Not,
did.
not
Okay.
a lot, but I know it's happened. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. That makes sense. Okay. Um, but with Neptune there, I don't know what part of the body that's it. That is. The feet is definitely one thing with Neptune. Let's see here. Pineal. Okay, yeah. Lymphatic nervous system, thalamus, spinal canal, back here. Um, do you get sick and then actually get revitalized from it?
Like,
Sometimes.
like after I'm done being sick, I feel much better. And yeah, I feel revitalized afterwards. Not during, of course, but afterwards when I get better, it's like, oh yes. And I feel great. Is
So
that
do
what
you
you mean?
feel like, yeah, because I feel like, I'm not sure, it's not really your immune system here that we're talking about, but mm, I feel like it says, so Neptune rules infectious diseases.
Hmm.
So, but I'm wondering, because if it's conjunct your sun, it means that you're able to go through, you kind of revitalized, ironically, through that.
Mm.
Because it's conjunct. It's not just like any place, it's conjunct. Uh, Something with your eyes, though, for sure, right? Your eyes, you had like what do you call this? You can how do I explain this one? You have Horus conjunct your sun, so that means that it's like you can definitely see through your eyes, like your eyes and your inner eye. That's a definite. That's a definite one here. Um, but with Mercury, nervous system, brain, sight. Okay, still with the eyes. Bronchial tubes, respiration, thyroid, thymus, organs of speech. So you've had like bronchitis? Not necessarily bronchitis, but in your family, does it run in the family? Anything to do with respiration? Hmm?
Um, I guess my daughter kind of has a little bit of problems. Yeah, my mom. Yeah, it could be. Yeah, actually.
Okay. But it's a part of your ancestry that you learn how to go through. It's almost like it's become part of you, and you just yeah. Like, cause I have Mercury, I have Sun conjunct Pluto, and every time I get sick, like or not now, but whenever I used to get sick, it's almost like the body just like absorbed it.
Mm.
I don't last for days. I like it's just it doesn't last. Like the body just knows how to work and burn through the disease or the virus or the bacteria. It's almost like it's just. I feel like I'm like meant to it. I meant to do it. I meant to have that. So, um, but I'm gonna add to this one Vesta because I feel like Vesta protects you. I feel like your Vesta is in the sixth house. I remember it being somewhere. Hold on. Where's Vesta? I should see. Oh, sorry. It's conjunct your. Oh, okay. So yeah. So whenever you meditate or in a sort of in a meditative state or a reflective state, like that's how you. I believe that that's kind of where you heal as well.
Yep.
Yeah, it's square your Sun, Mercury placement, Jupiter. I mean Neptune, and then Horus is there as well. Um, yeah. So it's yeah, it's a challenge, but you have to rest a lot.
Yeah, I do. I do.
Mhm.
I really do.
Mhm. And then one last thing here. I'm gonna add in Haumea because she's also regenerative. Oh, okay. That's part of what you embody, anyways. So you have Haumea right here. In your first house. That means it's like it's you naturally like resting. You like nature. You're very drawn to things that are like Mother Nature, Mother Gaia herself.
Yes, I am.
Hmm. Okay, cool. Okay, well, I think that's it for now. Oops, that's my YouTube stuff. I realize I'm sharing my screen, and then where am I going? Okay, here we go. Okay, okay. Well, that's it. I hope that helped you a little bit.
It did. Hey, when you were talking about like you and Brenda, were you trying to tell me like give you like a review kind of thing? Is that what you were
No, no,
saying?
it was just like we just like share insights. It's just kind of like spur of the moment, kind of like where we kind of just share any sort of inspirational thing we got. It could be from what we watch. It could be like actually from like channeling. It could be improvements. We're kind of just like supporting each other. Kind of, I don't know. It just became a thing.
Oh, yeah, no, I'd love to do that with you. Yeah.
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
Just let me know. Like, I mean, whatever comes naturally to you. I'm not gonna force it because it's like I know your Mercury in Scorpio is kind of just like you know. I know there's a privacy thing there too, which is fine. Totally
Oh
fine.
no. With you, I'm fine. I don't feel like I need to be private with you. Like I'm
Okay.
good. I'll be totally open and anything you want, like I'm up for it because I love talking to you. I learned so much. Like this is
Okay.
great. Yeah. Don't
Okay.
worry
Cool.
about pushing me. Like let me know
Okay.
what you need and I'll do it. Like
Okay.
seriously.
That's all your Neptune. You're so this is your Neptune talking. That's okay. That's cool. I did yesterday. I actually did a channeling for
Oh,
Brenda, and she had a question. I didn't realize I did it for an hour. I
wait, you
was like,
channel?
I try. Like
Oh,
it's yeah, like but I feel like my connections are they tend to be random. Like I have Uranus conjunct Horus, which is like random. It means unexpected downloads. So when I say unexpected, I mean like I do see images, I see things that are visual, but it's like Achilles is there too. It's part of my weakness. It's like or not weakness, I mean like it's something that I need to continuously like I just need to accept it that it's kind of like right. So yeah, but when I do see images, but sometimes they don't coincide directly with what the person's looking for. So sometimes I have my doubts about the abilities.
oh yeah, I get that. Right. Yeah, me too.
Okay, so there you go. So you understand. So yeah, I don't know. I think this is why I do astrology and divination, forms of divination, because it's a little more physical, right? Um, it's a little slow when I get like I hear something. It's like this pop word is popping up. It doesn't happen constantly. Other people, it's like this flow for them. For me, it's like nope. It's like a like what? Yeah. So yeah, my point is that we can do that if you want. Like whatever rocks your boat, whatever like is inspired, whatever it's like, I don't know.
Yeah, I would
Mm,
love to.
mm. By the way, so you're reading with your son. Do you want to go join in the reading itself, or do you want to? I don't know. What do you feel like doing? Because he hasn't said anything about that. I'm just curious.
I don't know if he would. He might just want it to be private for himself and you. I
Okay.
don't know. I could ask. Um, but he'll probably just let me listen to it afterwards. You know.
Okay. 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 Cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Cool.
Do you think I should?
Um.
Do you think I should?
I'm just kind of curious. I just like to me. I think as long as it's fun, because usually that raises up the energy, and when it raises the energy, it feels like not only can I do the readings more clearly, but if they like there's more flow.
Oh, okay.
Not that there isn't, but usually, because I've done readings before where it's like the people were just not receptive, and yeah, because I don't
Okay.
know. Hmm.
Yeah, I'll ask him. That would be cool. I wouldn't mind like a three-way thing, like all
Okay,
three of. Yeah, is that
okay,
what you?
yeah, yeah. If you want, it's up to you. Like, I mean, yeah.
I think it'd be
So,
awesome. I hope he'll go for it. I'll have to
okay,
ask.
okay. Yeah, just ask him and then get back to me, or if I see, are you gonna be? Do you live in the same city? Are you, or would it be like just three like different places?
Oh yeah, he lives. I live at the south end of Utah, and he lives way up at the north end.
Ah, okay, got it. Okay.
Yeah.
No, I'm just wondering. It's like sometimes I mention ideas that are like random, and I personally just like I like connection. I like it to be like and you understand that. So, but
Yeah.
okay, cool. Um, I don't know what other questions you may have. How do you feel about if it's a past stuff? How do you feel about those things that I've said so far? Like, I mean, I'm not looking for accuracy, but is there something that you feel you want to um, something different do you want? Because you do have Moon in Aquarius, and I know you'll be like, "Oh, it's the same thing. I've heard of it." You have Moon in Aquarius, so that means you don't you're okay with change. You want things that are different too, right? Not the same thing all the time.
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. Um, I can't think of any questions right now.
No, that's fine. Yeah, that's totally fine. All right, cool. Um, yeah. Well, I think that's it. I don't know. That's a sign.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind if you want, going through my yeah, I'd actually like to be part of my son's reading. And then if you want to do that about my daughter, where you said we could look into her chart, that would be cool too sometime.
Okay, cool. But not with her there. Just like
Right, that would be better. Yeah.
okay, okay, cool. Yeah, just send me the details if you want. I mean, or we
On
could just do it live. We can always no. If I do it live, then I won't. I will not have to record it and then just drop the chart. We can just go through like a basic chart, but yeah, I don't know. I don't feel good about basic charts anymore. I need these asteroids. Yeah, just send me the deets on in the inbox.
okay.
Yeah, just on. Make sure it's on school. Then that's it. So that way, it doesn't go anywhere else. It's just there.
Oh, on school. Said do it through school. Okay, I'll do that.
Mhm.
Nice. Okay.
Cool. Yeah, if you have any questions, just let me know. Message me, and yeah. Okay, that's it.
Okay. Oh, thank you. That was awesome.
You're welcome. Yeah, cool. I hope it really was not just informative, but like it actually helped you out a more. If it gave you profound sort of like insights, that would really be good. Because that means that it's like it really is helping you.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
this reading and the last one gave me huge insights. Like, I feel so much better just knowing, like, you validated what I felt about my past lives.
Okay,
And,
that's good.
and just you saying that, I think earlier in the reading you said that now is a time, like, I'm going to need to look into my past life regression in order to progress, right?
Yes.
Yeah, and I feel that, like, I feel that so strongly. And that's, of course, why I've been doing this. Yeah.
Hmm. Okay. Good. Okay. Good to know.
You've helped me understand with what I'm going through and why. Like so
Yeah.
much. My insight, like my past lives are so much like this life that now I feel so much better just knowing why things are happening in this life. I feel like I've
Mhm.
got a better understanding of that. Does that make sense?
Yes. Yeah. Absolutely. Yeah.
You've
Yeah.
helped me so much. Like I'm so grateful.
Okay. Good. Awesome. Yeah. Sometimes I don't go into certain details, but because I liked also digging deep into certain they call this aspect. Let's say, for example, if we went through like your south node, for example, I would try to just focus on the past life itself. Just like we did earlier with the solar arc, we went to your 10th house stuff. That was very specific. It's just literally like, because I mean, I think I was trying to also process it myself. It was like, because I'm thinking like career. Well, that's a lot of things. So I was like, it's either the asteroids, but in this case, now I have a better feeling of like what to go through. Like really focus on things by house. I think that's better. So that way I see what's going on there rather than use this asteroid, and I focus on that instead. So cool. Okay, cool. Awesome. And I'll see you next time. Yeah. Okay. Have a good night. Thank you so much also for doing this. And this is the second video. I'll post it as soon as possible.
Okay.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks. No
Thank
problem. Thank you. Okay. I'll see you later. Bye, Heidi.
you. Bye bye.